special guests and the staff, University of Peradeniya and other universities, students, University of Peradeniya and other universities, alumni, Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya, and all other respected invitees. Let us move on to our traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony now. First of all, I would like to call upon our respected chief guest, Professor Gannath Obesekara. And next, Professor Atula Sena Ratna, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya. Professor A. M. Navaratna Bandara, Dean, Faculty of Arts, University of Peradeniya. Professor Anura Vikramasinghe, representing Deans, University of Peradeniya. Professor Emeritus P. B. Nigas Kumbura, former Professor of Sinhala, University of Peradeniya. Professor Emeritus Kapila Dahanayaka, former Professor of Geology, University of Peradeniya. Professor Kalinga Tudor Silva, retired Professor of Sociology, University of Peradeniya. Professor H. M. D. R. Herath, Head, Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya. Dr. John Nigel, representing Heads, Faculty of Arts, University of Peradeniya. Mr. Nandana Vijayasinghe, Chairperson, Organizing Committee, Sociology Day 2015. Dr. Abhay Radnayaka, representing the staff, Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya. Mr. Punchiheva, Acting Registrar, University of Peradeniya. Mr. R. A. S. Premlal, Acting Chief Security Officer, University of Peradeniya. Mr. Damnika Ganthune, Bursa, University of Peradeniya. Mr. Rodrigo Bursa, Faculty of Arts, University of Peradeniya. Mrs. Rashika Sanjeevani Dasanayaka, Senior Assistant Registrar, Faculty of Arts, University of Peradeniya. Ms. Dushmanti Silva, representing academic staff members, other universities. Mr. Anushka Bandara, Assistant Director, Open University, Polgolla, representing alumni, Department of Sociology. Ms. Takshila Jawardana, representing students, Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya. And Mr. M. A. Ruwan Madhushankar, President, Sociology Association, Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya. Thank you all. To start today's program, first there will be a welcome dance by Ms. Vedika, a third-year student of Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya. This dance is presented by her as a tribute to God Skanda, praying for the success of today's all events. There was a lovely performance. All your Bharata moments and the divine music were captivating the audience. Thank you, Vedika. Now I kindly invite our chief guest, Professor Ganina Tobesekara, Professor Atula Senaratna, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, Professor A.M. Navaratna Bandara, Dean, Faculty of Arts, University of Peradeniya, Professor Emeritus P.B. Nigas Kumbura, Professor H.M.D.R. Herat, Head Department of Sociology, and Mr. Nandana Vijay Singh, Chairperson, Organizing Committee, Sociology Day 2015, to the head table. Thank you. Now, may I call upon Mr. Nandana Vijay Singh, Chairperson, Organizing Committee, Sociology Day 2015, to deliver the welcome speech.
Good morning, Professor Emeritus, Professor Dhananantha Besekara, Chief Guest for the Sociology Day 2015, Professor Atula Senaratna, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, Professor Navaratna Bandara, Dean, Faculty of Arts, Professor Nigas Kumura, Professor Dasanayaka, Professor K.T. Silva, Professor Anura Vikram Singh, and all the deans, head of the department, and also representatives from other universities and alumni. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the department, head of the department, and the organizing committee, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you this morning to Sociology Day 2015, organized by the Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya. Social phenomena like social development, social reconstruction are issues of timely relevance and importance to changing, transitional, and post-conflict societies. These two vital areas have not been discussed enough in the socio-cultural context of Sri Lanka, resulting in a great vacuum in addressing these contemporary issues sociologically. It is of timely importance to fill this gap in light of the post-conflict sensitivities of Sri Lanka that necessitate to sound sociological approach to effectively fashion the means by which to overcome the challenges of this social context. Towards this end, Sociology Day 2015 has included events such as academic seminars, establishing social research center, poster presentation sessions, books, exhibition stalls, documentary films, and also cultural events under the theme of sociology for social development and reconstruction. This event will act as a catalyst that brings together sociologists from across the country to encourage rich academic exchange in the field of sociology. For this purpose, Sociology Day 2015 expects to utilize theoretical tools of the field to probe practical issues of society with a special focus on Sri Lanka's post-conflict dynamics. Academics of related field such as social anthropology, social work, social psychology will enrich this collective endeavor through their contribution. Today's event will include informative sessions on the evolutions of the discipline of sociology in Sri Lanka, determine the future of activities of the Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya, and also open up new avenues of careers prospects for our undergraduate and postgraduate students, and establish a new outlet for the knowledge production exercise in the discipline by name of Sri Lanka Journal of Sociology. Therefore, Sociology Day 2015 would be an opportunity to contribute constructively towards shaping the future of sociology in Sri Lanka. I would also like to make this opportunity to thank all those hands behind the scenes that work tirelessly to make this event a success. I would especially like to mention University Authority, Vice Chancellor, Dean, Head of the Department, and Registrar and all other officials, the organizing committee members, academic staff of the department, and students for their outstandingly selfless effort spared in this regard, as well as all those unnamed, though no less appreciated individuals without whom this day would have remained a mere dream. Finally, this is an opportune time for me to declare the official opening of Sociology Day 2015, and I wish you all a day as instructive as it is engaging. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, there will be a short documentary film, Glimpse of the Past and the Present, about the Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya.
Department of Sociology of the University of Peradeniya warmly welcomes all the participants for the Sociology Day 2015. Sociology for Social Development and Reconstruction is a theme of the Sociology Day, the first of its kind in this university. The introduction of sociology as a subject in the undergraduate program in the Faculty of Arts in University of Ceylon in 1949 was a significant milestone in the history of teaching of sociology in Sri Lanka. Bryce Ryan and Murray Strauss, two prominent sociologists, were the pioneering sociology academics in the Department of Sociology. Among the early research by Ryan cast in modern Ceylon and Sinhalese village. Reed pioneered sociological cum anthropological research tradition in the country. S.J. Thambaya was one of their illustrious students who became a central figure in the discipline of anthropology. In 1951, Ralph Peris joined the University of Ceylon and took over the leadership of the field of sociology in Sri Lanka and the Department of Sociology after Bryce Ryan. His Sinhalese social organization remains a key academic contribution of all times. Gananath Abesekara, one of the best products of the university and a world-renowned anthropologist, made a vital contribution to anthropological perspectives to research on Sri Lankan society.
1958, that's my first contact with you people, you see. At that time, Ralph Peris, the head of the department, a very important presence, and his book I still use, you see. Then Thambaya was there, Lakshmi Jayasuriya, Alex Gunasekar. One of the things I did when I came back was, at that time we had the illusion that you must go to a very remote place. So we went to Lagala, you see, and in a village called Ramukkolua, we did some research, and Thambaya also joined us. And also we worked in Hinidumpattu. That was a very important experience. Those are the sort of areas I did my initial field work. I got a training in preliminary training in psychoanalysis. I decided, therefore, I am going to study this Bhakti that I did. But one has to remember that Peradini was still emotionally a part of me.
Samaja Vimasuma, the official academic journal of the Department of Sociology, was established in 1981 and is published quarterly to this day. Sociology is a science that takes society as its laboratory. It provides opportunities for researchers to engage in challenging research endeavors in different social and cultural contexts.
We are the biggest department in the Faculty of Arts. Annually, we are producing 65 special students. In addition to that, we have 60 diploma post-secondary students, 30 MA students, and 9 MPhil students. To train these qualified sociology graduates, we have very well-equipped laboratory facilities. Especially, we have a computer lab, in addition to that well-equipped library and audiovisual facilities. Especially, we have very well qualified academic staff members, including 4 professors and 14 lecturers permanently, temporary 5 lecturers and 3 non-academic staff members. Our courses are very much connected to theoretical aspects as well as practical aspects. We do our field work, field research, and we train our students. As a result of that, we produce very well qualified sociology scholars to serve the nation.
Sociology Day is a collective effort of the academic staff, students, and the non-academic staff. Sociological Association is a forum for sociology students to engage with the community in their various social endeavors.
Next will be the address by Professor H.M.D.R. Herat, Head Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya.
Good morning, Reverend Sirs, Professor Obesekara, our keynote speaker, and Mrs. Obesekara, Professor Atula Senaratna, Vice Chancellor of the University of Peradeniya, Dean of the Faculty of Arts, Professor Navaratna Bandara, all the Deans, University of Peradeniya, all the heads of department, Faculty of Arts, all the directors of the postgraduate institutions, Professor Kalinga Tilda Silva, Professor Nikas Kumbra, Acting Registrar, University of Peradeniya, the Bursa, University of Peradeniya, the Library, University of Peradeniya, Senior Assistant Bursa, Faculty of Arts, Chief Medical Officer, University of Peradeniya, Senior Assistant Registrar, Faculty of Arts, distinguished invitees, sociology alumni, other university colleagues, students, and our colleagues and our students. It is with great pleasure that I am addressing this August Assembly today for the first Sociology Day celebrations. Scholarly as a subject was introduced in 1949 by Professor Brian Ryan in the Faculty of Arts, University of Ceylon. After Professor Brian Ryan's period, first Sri Lankan Professor of Sociology, Professor Ralph Pires became the leadership of the University of Peradeniya, and he has given a new direction to the subject. Since then, the Sociology department has gone through a number of global traditions in sociology and social anthropology, and that was produced eminent, well-known sociologists and anthropologists as Professor S.J. Tambaya, Professor Gannath Obesekara, Professor Laksiri Jayasuriya, Professor H.L. Senaviratna, Professor Kitsiri Malalgoda, Professor Tissa Fernando, Professor P.S. Seram, Professor Kalinga Tilda Silva, etc. The department has passed 63 years in her life. Since then, she produced renowned sociologists, researchers, administrators, etc. Now time has come to celebrate her 63 years her role with Sociology for Social Development and Social Reconstruction. The main objectives of the Sociology Day celebration is to emphasize the Sociology for Social Development and Social Reconstruction, the seminar and the research team we have organized, unveiling of portraits of the founding fathers like Professor Obesekara and the all other past heads of the department. Thirdly, and the establishment of Peradeniya Sociology Department, alumni-based research institution. Fourthly, declare the new English journal, Sri Lanka Journal of Sociology and Social Anthropology. Fifthly, declare our library as a Professor Gannath Obesekara Reading Library. Sixthly, or finally, the meeting of current students generation to the device leading research institution in the country. The Department of Sociology over the last 60 years has produced competent sociologists for the nation, and they are making major contributions to the national development. Today, the development of sociology is blessed with rich resources and excels as one of the 17th department of the Faculty of Arts. The department is determined to pursue with its mission of acquiring, promoting, developing, and dissemination knowledge of sociology and its application for sustainable development and better quality of life. On this auspicious day, I would like to pay my gratitude to Professor Obesekara and Mrs. Obesekara, to the other chief guest, and participation and delivering his excellent keynote address within very soon. And Professor Atula Senaratna, Vice Chancellor, who provide financial support as well as necessary guidelines for the successfulness of this event. Further, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Shanta Hennayaka, especially our Dean Arts, Professor Navaratna Bandara, his necessary guidance and the moral support and kind cooperation. Finally, I pay my sincerity to all the deans, heads, and directors of postgraduate institution, rest of the all participants and eminent scholars and students and others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I kindly call upon Professor A.M. Navratna Bandara, Dean, Faculty of Arts, University of Peradeniya, to address the gathering.
Reverend Sirs, the Chief Guest, Professor Gannath Obesekara and Mrs. Obesekara, Vice Chancellor, the Deans of the other faculties, the heads of departments of the Faculty of Arts and the academic members of the academic staff, and all the members of the admission staff and distinguished invitees and the guests and our students. First of all, I must congratulate the head of department, Professor Herat, and the academic staff and the non-academic staff of the Sociology department for initiating and organizing this event, the Sociology Day of 2015, with a theme, Sociology for Development and Reconstruction. We have seen a documentary film just now. All of you have seen that the events unfolded in the documentary. The Department of Sociology, during its produced number of international key policy decision makers, both in government and private sectors. As far as I am aware that this is the first time the Department of Sociology organizes such an important event which will contribute to the development of new discourses on the relevance of sociology for social development and reconstruction. This event provides a great opportunity to inspire scholars, researchers, alumni, and current postgraduate and undergraduate students of the department to come together at one place and share their experience, to engage in discussions on the importance of sociology for building a better Sri Lanka in the future. In order to highlight the significance of the occasion, the Sociology Day, I think, focuses on different themes and different events, cultural events, research and poster presentations, books exhibitions, and unveiling a number of portraits of pioneers also in the past and present. In addition, I believe the department's decision to establish a new research center for conducting social research is the most important highlight of the events planned for the Sociology Day. I am very grateful to Professor H.M. Herat for providing his leadership to organize the Sociology Day during his tenure as the head of Department of Sociology. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge my deepest appreciation for the academic staff and the non-academic staff of the department by collectively organizing this effort, and also giving a very happiest moment for the Dean of the Faculty of Arts to see one of our departments with other departments having organizing and bringing new things into the faculty life. So with this brief note, I wish today will bring rewarding experience for all its participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I kindly call upon Professor Atula Senaratne, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, to address the gathering.
Chief guest, Professor Emeritus Karanath Obesekara, Madam Obesekara, Dean of the Faculty of Arts, Professor Navarat Bandara, Professor HMDR Hera, the head of the department, who was behind all this, Professors Emeritus, Deans of all the faculties, retired professors, heads of the departments, members of the academic and non-academic staff, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are opening the door again. It has been kept open for some time by giants like Professor Gananath Obesekara and his contemporaries. And then the spirit didn't die down by the team led by Professor Theodore Silva and his contemporaries. And also, his team carried the flag from the time of the, I would say, the recession in the universities. It was in a pace of slowing down in the past few years, but yet the Department of Sociology kept it going. Today's glorious event, we were all waiting for this event today. This will keep the glory going forward for the Department of Sociology. Ladies and gentlemen, the sociology I know is very little than what you know about sociology, because I am a geologist by profession and I am the professor of geology of the University of Peradeniya. So my knowledge in sociology is very limited. But yet, I tried to write down a little bit about sociology from my database. Sociology is study of human society, and if you look at any dictionary, you can find many things about sociology. These are some of the things that I noted down. The society or societies, the human beings considered as a group, organized community, structure and institutions of such communities, organized group with common interests. There comes something very special, the socialism, which some may like and some may not like. The socialism is a political system which advocates public ownership of industries, resources and transport. So that is what the socialism is about. But the social, one word, is living in community, and also there is something called sociable, friendly or companion. For non-sociologists like me, these are only knowledge. This is the only knowledge can acquire in few minutes by going through a dictionary. But the study of human society, since the human society is not a simple society, but in early ages, the society was a very simple one. And this community gathered wealth for common purposes, gathered food for common purpose, invented medicines, leaving traces, invented production systems, leaving traces, manufacturing systems, leaving traces. Gradually, society evolved, leaving tracks on the ground, opening up unlimited areas of research. You can identify so many things in sociology, as I understand it: socio-anthropology, socio-archaeology, socio-economics, socio-environment, engineering sociology, medical sociology, agro-sociology, beliefs, and I would add also exploration sociology, which we are used to do as a geologist. We always in exploration for new things. So exploration sociology would be a new addition if it is not there now for your knowledge. That is for social exploration. All new areas can only be recognized through exploration, ladies and gentlemen, exploration of unknown territory. Add scientific methodology to your system so that you can explore new areas in sociology. Introduce advances in advanced statistics to your research, then you can do more about sociology. And also you must continue to learn. The learning never ends, so you will have to continue to learn so that you can be a sociologist of Professor Ganana Tobesekar's caliber. That may take some time, but still you can do that. Ladies and gentlemen, this place is a hotspot. The University of Peradeniya is a hotspot of research. Department of Sociology is very special because you have the caliber, you have the talent so that you can engage in research in any discipline, but you will have to identify to be a good researcher, you will have to forget about your boundaries. You must be a sociologist without borders. There should be borders. You cannot do research in a closed compartment. You cannot do research in a closed room. A sociologist especially, you will have to open up to other areas of discipline. Then only you can do better, you can be a very good sociologist. For research in your area, you need material. The material is human being, sociology. So you have a lot of material. You don't have to restrict yourself to Sri Lanka because your material is all over the world. Just like for geology, we find our materials in Antarctica, in South Africa, in faraway countries like USA, Canada, Finland, Iceland, we find our materials. The same way, the sociologist can find your materials anywhere in the world. To add to that, to our resources of materials, we even find materials from outer space. We study the meteorites, so you can also find so many things in sociology, the materials. So you shouldn't restrict yourself into Sri Lanka. You can go to places far away as South Africa, study Hottentots. I don't know, you must be studying it now. You can study Zulus. You can study Maoris of the New Zealand. You can study Mayans in the Central American region. So these are the areas that you will have to study. Then only you can be international. So we can see a lot of people here. Just like going in the tracks of Professor Ganana Tobesekar, you can be international just by doing research in unexplored territory. You shouldn't have to be restricted into your own country. Sociologists are like that. You are international. If you do research and go international, only you can once again pin the flag of Sri Lanka in the world map, which was done earlier by professors like Ganana Tobesekar, Professor Theodore Silva, and so many other professors, the product of this university, did it. But we are in a phase of slowing down at the moment, but I think today's event will give you strength to go forward and do more research in the area of sociology. Do research and take the flag of the University of Peradeniya forward, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your encouraging words, sir. The upcoming event is a Canadian dance performance, Asadrosa Vannama, by the students of the Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya. This is one of the 18 Vannamas of the upcountry Sinhalese dancing tradition. It depicts the difficulties faced by the Gautama Buddha in his quest to attain Buddhahood and how he expresses his serene feeling after attaining Nirvana. That was a wonderful performance. Thank you. Now I call upon Dr. M.R. Pinnavela, Senior Lecturer, Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya, Member, Sociology Day 2015 Organizing Committee, to propose vote of thanks.
Good morning to you all. Reverend Sir, Professor Ganana Tobesekar, our chief guest and keynote speaker, and Madam Mubisekar, Professor Atul Senaratna, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, Professor Navaratna Bandara, Dean, Faculty of Arts, other deans of the faculties, Professor HMDR Herat, Head Department of Sociology, Head of the department, other departments, former heads, directors of the institute, chairperson of the organizing committee of the Sociology Day, all other invitees, my colleagues, and my dear students. It's a great honor for me to be given this opportunity to say thank you all to those who have contributed in numerous ways, including by being here to the success of the event. First, let me thank Professor Gannato Besekara for agreeing to be the chief guest and the keynote speaker of our Sociology Day. I strongly feel this day is not only ours, sir, but also it's your day as well, because you are the one of the pioneers who have contributed a lot to build this department. One cannot speak about sociology of Peradeniya at Peradeniya without Professor Ganana Tobesekar. And your name will be written in gold in the history of the department one day. Though we read your books, articles, and also about you, it is only today that many of us are seeing you in real life. This will be a memorable day for lives of all Peradeniya sociologists, especially those who have not been your students. I'm sure you will be happy about the rapid progress of the department too, sir. Let me again say that your presence here today is a great honor to us, sir. On behalf of the all sociologists and the future sociologists, I mean the students of the department, please accept my gratitude for your presence here. Next, I must thank Professor Migas Kumbura, and then I must let me thank our Vice Chancellor, Professor Atul Senaratna, for his participation in spite of his busy schedule. I also thank for your support to make this event success. Your words are encouraging to us, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, my special thanks go to our Dean, Professor Navaratna Bandara, who like always support us in organizing this event. I am sure, sir, without your support and the encouragement, we would not have been able to make this event success. Please accept our sincere gratitude on behalf of the staff and the students of the Department of Sociology. Let me also thank deans of the other faculties, Dr. Puldisa Naikar, Dean of the Faculty of Dental, and Professor Milton, Faculty of Management Studies, and Professor Anura Vikramasinghe, Deans, Faculty of Science, and other deans for their participation in this event. Your participation is a great honor for us, sir. Thank you all. And let me just thank to directors of the other institutions and our special invitees. And let me also take this opportunity to say thanking all other university staff members and students who are present here accepting our invitation. And same time, I would like to thank Chief Engineer Mr. Nishant Jayasurya and Chief Medical Officer and Mr. Dr. Samarat Kodi and other personalities who help us in numerous ways. Organizing an event like this, it's not easy, but we did it as a team, and that is the secret of our success. There were two personalities behind us, and they are our head, Professor Herat, and the chairman of the organizing committee, Mr. Nandana. Maybe sometime you felt that we are making your life difficult, but we did what we did because we knew that you wanted this day to be the best. I hope we did not disappoint you, and thank you, sir. And I must thank our retired professors, especially for Professor Tudor Silva, who retired last month, and Emeritus Professor W.M.C. Sen for their encouragement and assistance to make this event success. I wish also to extend my sincere gratitude to Professor Pinnavala, Professor Atukorala, Professor Amarasekara, and Dr. Manuratna, who have helped us in many ways. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the SAR, SAB, and that's the registrar of the faculty and their staff for their support and for their participation. I must also thank our academic staff members, especially Dr. Abhirat Nayaka, Mr. Chantavani Nayaka, Ms. Kumari Tordeniya, Dr. Dhammika Herat, Dr. Upali Virakon, Mr. Tushara, Mr. Susanta, Ms. Priyadashini, Ms. Kaushalya, who served as a team leaders, taking responsibilities of different tasks and completing them successfully without any complaining. And also our junior staff members, Nirmani, Saminder, Imaya, Rismina, for their hard work. I should not forget about the invaluable contribution of our non-academic staff, namely Mr. Nihal Gunaratna, Mr. Roshanad Silva, our technical officer, who did a great job behind this scheme, and Mr. Vijay Singh. Your services are greatly acknowledged. I am failing in my duty if I did not mention the alumni who help us and also who are present here today. Last but not least, let me also thank our dear students, future sociologists, for their invaluable contribution to make this event success. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you, madam. Now it is time for us to move into the Department of Sociology building to participate in the opening of Professor Gananath Obesekara Library and the unveiling of portraits of prominent sociologists and former heads of the Department of Sociology. We kindly welcome our chief guest, Professor Gananath Obesekara, to open up the Gananath Obesekara Library in the department, and Professor Atula Senaratna, Vice Chancellor, University of Peradeniya, to unveil the portraits of prominent sociologists of Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya, and Professor A.M. Navaratna Bandara, Dean, Faculty of Arts, University of Peradeniya, to unveil the portraits of former heads of the department in the room of head. Please note, following the event, there will be a tea break for 20 minutes from 10:20 a.m. to 10:40 a.m. Please also note, tea for the special invitees has been arranged in the seminar room 1 in the Department of Sociology, and tea for alumni has been arranged in the lobby in front of the IT Center of the Department of Sociology. And T for students of Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya and other universities has been arranged in the lobby in the backside of the main hall. Please make sure you be in the seats sharp at 10:40 a.m. to continue the program, and the keynote address by our chief guest, Professor Gananath Obesekara, will be started at 10:35 a.m. Thank you.
Mic kena. Hello, testing. Testing one. Testing one. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing one. And
Sindhe wala kena.
testing one. Testing one. Testing one. 1 2 1 2 3. Testing one. Check one. Check. I know. Check one. Check 1, 2.
Welcome after the break. The first Welcome back after the break. The first item after the break is going to be the most expected and the most welcomed item today. It is the keynote address by Professor Gananath Obesekara. Before his keynote address, I kindly welcome Professor P.B. Migas Kumbura to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Gananath Obesekara, to the gathering.
Hello. So, very good morning to all of you. Professor Gananath Obesekara, the chairperson of the organizing committee, Professor Tudor Silva, and Mrs. Gananath Obesekara, and all of you. It is strange that I have been asked to introduce Professor Gananath Obesekara because I am neither a sociologist, nor an anthropologist, nor a historian. My only qualification is that I have seen and known him for a very long time. That is over, I think about 58 years I have known him. When I came to the university in 1958, he was a young lecturer, very dominant character, sometimes very anti-authority character, and also he was a luminary of the scholars in the university even at that time. He has proved much more now, and it is a very great pleasure that I have been asked to introduce him. And actually this happened because on last Sunday, Professor Tudor Silva and myself, we were on a trip to Kataragama, where he has been working for a very long time, and he is almost the authority of Kataragama, because even the Kapuralas in Kataragama, they don't know some of the rituals, and they ask Professor Gananath Obesekara whether some of these rituals are done correctly or not. Sunday morning, Professor Tudor Silva and myself, we went to have a bath in the sea bath. So we had a walk and we were talking about the sociology department here. And then suddenly he said that there is going to be a sociology day, and that Professor Gananath will be addressing you all. And of course, I didn't know about it because now I am retired after 15 years. I don't come to the university very much. So in any case, I said I would like to come to listen to his speech. Then following day, that is on Monday, I got an invitation to introduce, of course, Professor Gananatha Pesekara. I have known him since 1958, as I told you earlier, and at that time he was a great scholar, and also he was a well-known figure, very in both his stature and in his outlook, and the way he behaved, and he also, I think, he got his first class English honors, and also he got a first class student equal to his stature and appearance, most beautiful girl of the university at that time. So she is also here, and now they have been a good couple for the last so many years. I think maybe about 60 years or so. So we are very grateful that he had consented to come and address you all. And as you know, he also got a D.Litt from our university, and he had been teaching in the university from 1965 onwards for some time. But though he got his first class honors in English, one of the characteristics of Professor Obesekara is that he always goes, he doesn't like to follow the beaten track. He wants to get outside of the track and follow his own path. That is, when he got his first class in English, that was the most prestigious thing in the university at the time, to get a first class in English. And when he was invited to be a lecturer here, he refused outright, because he had other plans. And then he did not come to the university, because at that time the craze of the university students was, after getting a first class, was either to join the university or to become a person in the CCS, Ceylon Civil Service. But I don't think he ever liked that job. So what he did is something quite different. Although he got so many scholarships to go to London and study in Cambridge and elsewhere, he didn't want to go there. His interest was to go to America and study anthropology. So instead of English, he followed the anthropology courses there. Of course, he wrote his MPhil and MA and PhD all in this field. And now we have a superb scholar. He has written so many books. Actually, I have a list of books. There are 8 of his important contributions, all dealing with Sri Lankan, most of them dealing with Sri Lankan culture, and some on international kind of studies, but all on pertaining to anthropology, psychology, and social science, and history, and all kinds of subjects. So, so he wrote his Land Tenure in Village Ceylon in 1967. It was a work on the study of land tenure in a certain village of Sri Lanka. And then Medusha Seya, another work. His Katargam experiences are mentioned there. I'm just running through this list. Then the Cult of Patini, his greatest work, and he has done a lot of research for that work, and he has engaged himself 20 years to write that book, and it is one of the classics, and also it is recognized as a classic on its own by many scholars, international scholars as well. And then another work is Buddhism Transformed, with collaboration with Professor Gombrich in I don't want to give the date. Then the work of culture, symbolic transformation of psychoanalysis and that subject, anthropology. Then Apotheosis of Captain Cook. This is another work very important, because Professor Gananatha Obesekara came to be envied by many for writing this kind of work because it says that Captain Cook, it is generally referred to as Cook book because he says that Cook was, though generally he is considered as a god by Melanesian or the Polynesian people, he contradicts that. It was not so. So it's a kind of a book which actually the myth of the white persons being sort of deified, he denies that. So it is a work that deals with mythicization of the Western concepts. Or similar is his work on cannibal talk. With cannibal talk, he introduces that most of the white people consider that outsiders, especially in the East and the West, the Aborigines and others are cannibals. So he denies that also. Again, it's a kind of a myth that the Westerners have introduced. So this kind of work, and then also Karma and Rebirth, and he wrote this work, and he tries to say that, of course, he has convincingly proved that the idea of karma is found not only in Buddhism, but also not only in the Indian conditions, but also in outside cultures, especially the primitive cultures. So the idea of karma, he says, is a general theme and not a very special theme for India. And also some other books like Awakened Ones, Phenomenology of Visionary Experiences. So when you read his books, you can estimate how much knowledge he has. And in fact, although I am not a sociologist or anthropologist, I have collected the various readings, various articles, and I have a list of 134 articles written by him on various subjects pertaining to Sri Lankan culture, religion, then social change, social conflicts. So when you actually go through this list, of course, out of this 134, there are a few repetitions as well in the listing, but I think he has written over 100 articles, all pertaining to Sri Lankan culture. So in brief, I don't want to make a long speech because he will make a long speech. So in his approach to sociology, he has used both different methodologies. Sometimes he uses the Weberian sociological analytical methodology, sometimes Freudian methodology, and sometimes he uses function and structural methodologies, followed by Evans Pritchard and others. So that way he is a very, very accomplished scholar, and is now internationally recognized as one of the greatest anthropologists of this century. And also what I have to say is that he's although he sort of is anti-authority most of the time, he respects the traditions, and he insists that the traditions should be followed, and that is one of the very important things that we gathered from him. And also apart from that, he is a very creative writer because his writing is exemplary, because it is, I mean, we as students at that time were sort of very much taken by his short, very lucid English expressions. So we used to study his English, and there was another scholar called H.L. Seneviratne who used to give a lot of information about him, and we had at that time the fortune of learning both sides of this anthropological and non-anthropological approaches, because there were scholars in Peradeniya at that time who were doing mostly philological studies, and anthropological studies actually came later, and we were very much taken up by those. And also he, in a way, was also a literary critic. I can still remember one of his articles in Sinhala about Kulasuriyage Puduma Pahana. That is, he has criticized Professor Kulasuriya's opinion about W.A. Silva's novel because he was at that time working with Professor Sarat Chandra and all of these people. And this, we were fortunate that this triumvirate of scholars, Professor Gananath Obesekar and then Professor Tambaya and Ralph Pires, all were working together, and we had the fortune of studying some things under them. And so now I think we could invite him to make his speech. And what I have to say finally is that, as one of the Sigiri poets say, from wherever path you go, you have to go to Sigiriya. So in the same manner, if you are interested in knowing about the Sri Lankan culture of this period, you have to go through Gananath Obesekara. He is a person who cannot be avoided. So if it's not for him, I don't think we can interpret the modern Sri Lankan culture without the various reflections by him. So while thanking him, I also invite him to make his speech.
පොඩ්ඩක් සමාව වෙන්න ඕනේ මොකද මම මේ දැන් ඉන්දියාවේ ඉඳලා ළඟදී ආවේ කැස්සපුත් හදාගන්න බොහොම අමාරුවෙන් මේ මං කිව්වා මේ හෙරාත් එකක් කලන්තය හදලා වැටුණොත් එයා බලා ගන්න ඕනේ කියලා. Anyhow මේ ටික ඇවිදින්න පුළුවන්ද මේකත් එක්ක? Anyhow, it's a very great pleasure to see you all, you past students, future students, students who are to come, and all these colleagues of mine. I never expected this. I thought this is, you said some kind of conference. I'm so used to conference. I said, this is about 10 minutes. What is that? I didn't realize it was such a thing. And I must tell you that one of the, I know the matter. They can hear. One of the things that interested me was with these young people who came and danced there, they were reciting the Asadrusa Jataka. That is one of my favorite ones. Actually, Asadrusa Jataka was put into Sinhala poetry by Rajadi Rajasingha, one of the one before the last king, in 500 verses. Rajadi Rajasingha was born here, like Sri Vikrama, raised here, studied at under the feet of a very distinguished monk, Muratara Dhammakanda, who was also the guru of Sri Vikrama Rajasingha. So this is a very interesting coincidence that those young people recited this, acted this thing. Now I'm also writing about this because my most recent work is a kind of re-study of Sri Vikrama Rajasingha, defending him and putting the other side of his character into focus. Hopefully, you will be able to read this work in a few months. Now, when I was speaking to Herat and my last of my students here, Tudor, he said you can talk about anything from 50 minutes to 1 hour. So here I am. Who knows how long I'm going to talk. I hope I won't tax your patience. When I asked them how shall I start this, they said, why don't you talk about your life? No one knows about my past. Now, part of my past I don't want to tell anyone. You see, those are all secretive things. But some of it is, I think, ought to be public knowledge. Now, you see, I was born, after all, I am 85 years old. So I was born before most of you people around here. my home village, my father was a Ayurvedic physician who studied in Calcutta, you see. Actually, my name comes from my father's guru, Gananatha Sen, in Calcutta, you see. So, when I was born in a village in Meegama, which is really on the Matugama road, but you have to take a devious turn. It is at that time, now it has a tarred road. It was, Madapar, you see. And I was born and raised there in my early years. And one of the things to remember is that people who don't realize the world that we now live in. At that time, for example, we didn't even have toothpaste. We didn't have toothpaste. We used to brush our teeth by, with various things that my father got, and we used to brush the end of it and brush our teeth with them. And there's nothing wrong with my teeth after all. You see, after all those years. And the thing so soon after my first few years, we went to Bambalapitiya, where, my daughter still lives there. And I went to school from there. But one of the things to realize is weekends, vacations, we used to come home. And we used to meet with our friends. At that time, we had close relations with the monks in our village temple. We used to crack jokes with them. You see, monks had a sense of humor. The Buddha also has a sense of humor. Now, sometimes people lose that humor when they become fanatics. Fanaticism and humor does not go together, you see. Anyhow, what I want to tell you is that when we came from, we used to come from Bambalapitiya to Aludgama in the train, and from there sometimes if you are lucky you get a Thirikkale, so we have to go take the Thirikkale and go about 5 miles to our village. On the way back, we had to get up very early in the morning, and that time what do we have? A hulu atta. We had to carry the hulu atta early in the morning and then go to the walk 5 miles at 5 o'clock in the morning. We used to walk 5 miles. That means we are not there. Everything but that tradition is there. I still walk. Every day almost I walk for 40 minutes, you see. Now, the thing is that we got to know my friends, relations, many of them very poor in my village areas, and also we got to know through my father the practitioners of some of the toil ceremonies. I vividly remember one of my favorite Kapumatyas, Kattadimatyas, called Sarnelis, Guru Nanse. You see, these people had a big impact on my life, and it affected the way I later thought about sociology and anthropology. At that time, when we went to, we were in Lorry's Road, Bambalapitiya, and we had a lot of relations who came and stayed with us. That's another feature of our lives, and it's still there, I think. Who studied with us and so forth. And my first school was the Royal Prep in Colombo. That's called Thurston College now. You see, at that time it was called Royal Prep because after the first, after standard 5, if you pass exams, you could go into the Royal College proper, which was a big thing at that time. Fortunately, I failed the exams because I didn't like that place. From my family, from my grandfather's family, Karanagada, we had a passionate anti-colonial attitude. Still is with me. When I'm writing this other book on Sri Vikrama, I'm still passionately anti-colonial. So, as a result, what are the problems I had with Royal Prep was, you see, this is not the style of life that we were used to. The Englishman with a horrible name called Mr. Bleakley, when we come there, he wouldn't allow us to speak in singular. So it is unthinkable at that time. Naturally, I failed the exam. I'm very happy to say. But my wife tells my children, don't tell that to your children, that you failed your exam. But I'm telling you, sometimes it is good to fail exams. Don't worry about it. As long as your mind works and your thinking capacity is unimpaired. Anyhow, from there, you see, my father was generous enough to put me into St. Thomas's College, Mount Lavinia, you see. Now, the trouble with St. Thomas's College was of the same sort. And by the way, just as a historical thing, it is at St. Thomas's that I met a man called E.R. De Silva, who later became Edirivira Sarachandra. He was our singular teacher at that time. Anyhow, St. Thomas's College was taken over by the military in the last war. So we were transferred from St. Thomas's College. I had to go to other places where they had schools their own schools in the morning, and we had our schools in the afternoon. So one of my first schools was Milagiri Girls' School, you see. And those people had their thing in the morning, and we had our thing, whatever you call it, in the afternoon, you see. And then a part of it was in Kandy, Kingswood. They had their thing in the morning, we had our thing in the afternoon. What is the effect of it? The effect of it is good for me. You see, I didn't like, again, St. Thomas's College. It was too rigidly Protestant. I call this, and I also am angry at the people who adopt that kind of narrow-minded Protestantism. I remember the teachers enjoyed considerably the warden in hitting you, whipping you at the back. And at that time also I was, these people alienated me to some degree. On the other hand, it was a much better experience. And it is here, during this period of my life, that I became very much interested in reading. You see, I read lots and lots and lots. Unbelievable nowadays because people are addicted to TV, which I never look at. Whereas books are what we read. How? Andre, may උතන්ට එනවා දකුණු ඉන්දියාවේ මිනිස්සු මේ පොත් අරගෙන and they keep this on their heads. You see? පොත් මිටියක් ඔළුවේ බැඳගෙන. And they go from house to house. They have a walking public library. You see? At that time, I have never come across so much variety of reading through these people. You borrow the books for 20 cents or 25 cents, and then you return it to them. And as a result, I read voraciously. Later on, of course, I was from St. Thomas's. I went to St. John's College, Panadu, which is a wonderful place. In the first place, it is co-educational. And nice, my view still is that schools should be co-educational, and because you have a chance of meeting persons of the two genders. You see, that is very important to understand not just other people, but people who are belonging to the other gender. That doesn't mean we had love affairs or anything. Maybe people did. But that's not the point. The point is understanding the other person. So St. John's Panadura was, in my view, one of the nicest places. And at that time, one of the teachers was T.W. Roberts, Michael Roberts' uncle, who was a wonderful teacher. Not that he was a great intellect, but he encouraged us to read. So you won't believe it, that at age, I don't know how old I was, maybe 15, I was reading things like James Joyce's Ulysses, which is virtually an unreadable book, T.S. Eliot. I was reading all of that. And of course, my traditional background was such that we still continue to read a certain amount of Sinhala because my father was knowledgeable in Sanskrit, Bengali, Sinhala, and English. You see, 4 languages. So from there, it was, from my point of view, you see, there's a part of this whole thing that I'm going to cut out, you see. And that is my university entrance exam. At that time it was called HSC, you see. So I skipped HSC and instead went to a village in my grandfather's home, and I taught English to Sinhala students in a very remote village. You see, at that time remote. You know, I used to walk again 5 or 10 miles, 5 miles back and forth, and so forth. So, but then I thought, must get back to my work, and I did my university entrance exam as a private candidate and passed in all subjects. Then I was, you won't believe me, that at that time, once you pass the university entrance exam, you have an interview. Yeah, they will allow you to come without that interview. And who interviewed you? Malala Sekara, Father Pinto, Mr. Lebroy. These very distinguished people had to interview you to find out whether you are a suitable candidate, you know. So, from there, seems to me that it is a different world. And that is what even you young people should be able to appreciate. That is, at that time, this is 1950-51, when I entered the university, first in Colombo, and then we were the first group of people to come to Verazenia, you know, and this is a great teacher, Professor Ludowine, you know. I mean, it was one of the truly great teachers, and to have an inspiring teacher was a bit of good karma for us. Anyhow, under Ludowine, I got the usual thing, you know, passed exams very well, and again, it was, I was passionately interested in literature. And one of the things that happened during that period, in my undergraduate years, was that I was not keen to become a professor of English. Because once again, with my commitment, kind of national, I won't call it national, anti-colonial. I'm not a nationalist, but I'm an anti-colonial. Two different things. You see, with that kind of attitude, I was fostered. That attitude was fostered by several of my friends, who one of whom is alive now, Amaradasa Veerasinghe. And as undergraduates, we introduced and published the volume Sanskriti. which still goes on, still is being published, you see, at that time. One of the interesting things that some of you young people ought to know is about, at that time, you know, we got to know Martin Wickramasinghe. Martin Wickramasinghe was much, much older than us, but he invited us, myself, Amaradas Veerasinghe, S.G. Samarasinghe, to his home at that time in Bindanuwala near Bandarawala, you see. So we got to know Martin Wickramasinghe extremely well, and later on, when I was a professor here, Martin Wickramasinghe used to visit us regularly in our house with his white suit, always, yes, real suit, you see, and a bottle of whiskey. You see. They were walking on the fire, they were because they were not going to be in Alu. He always brought a bottle of whiskey because he realized that us poor fellows could not afford it. Cheap Arab was what we had to consume. And he was a very important influence in my life, and it is a pity that later on, when I moved into the US, my contact with Martin Wickramasinghe was reduced, and then, of course, he also died. So I want to say that make a little thing, leave what you are very happy. Anyhow, at this time, while I was in the university, I was quite fascinated by moving out of the English department and doing my own thing. And how I started was that also in a very unusual way. I had read as an undergraduate Scottish ballads, and how Scottish ballads and folk songs were developed and gathered by folklorists. Inspired by that idea, I walked, vacations, weekends, while in Peradeniya, I used to go into the remote villages. Sometimes I take a train and go to a very remote village, stay in the temple, and gather songs and so forth. So at one time, I had a huge collection of palkavi. I don't like to call them palkavi. This is not palkavi, but kavi, real kavi, popular songs. You see? And to this day, I can recite hundreds of them. Because those things, there's a wonderful statement by the German philosopher Nietzsche, who says that sometimes ideas are burnt into memory. Burnt into memory. So those ideas at that time, when I was with villagers reading poetry and collecting them, they have been burnt into memory. I can still quote them, and when I'm by myself in my bathroom, I still quote them, of course, to the great annoyance of my wife. So that is. So after I graduated, then the question was, you see, I got the usual thing: honors in this, honors in that, honors in the other thing, all that kind of useless stuff. I could, because I did it so well, I could have gone to London and gone the normal route. Now, at that time, London to me was an imperialist stronghold. I had no intention of going there. Those are the people who destroyed our past. I'm not going there. And instead, I thought I'm going to the US. Unlike now, the US was an anti-imperialist place in our minds. Nowadays, it's all changed. So we got a Fulbright, thanks to Ludwig, and that was very easy. You had just to give a letter to the embassy, you get your Fulbright. Nowadays, you can't, of course. And then I went in 1957 to the US and studied at the University of Washington. Got my MA and came back here as my first job as assistant professor of in this department. So no wonder this department, even when I don't know some of you people here, has a special part in my life and imagination. I, after all, taught here for many years till 1971, up and down when ultimately I became professor and chair. And one of the things to, again, is that during that early research period, when I wanted to carry on my research work and become an anthropologist, Ludovic asked me, what do you want to do? I said, I don't go to English to do English, but I want to be an anthropologist. And I said, I want to study Sinhala ritual. And that is the start of my work when I did enormous amount of work on the Patini Adaiza, the Patini craft. I went with ancient tape recorder and so forth. At that time, there were hardly any buses, only trucks, you see, to a huge number of villages, dozens and dozens of villages living at that time in small huts and so forth. And I tape recorded all of them. And the ultimate effect of that is, of course, the book that I just gave to you all to the library, The Culture of the Brothers of Death. So, one of the things that I want to emphasize is that the importance of Peradina during those few years and the kind of people that we had. I always believe that students should be taken into the field. Ours was a very small department, and almost many of us went into, when I did for my first major field work in Laggala, in a village called Ramukkalua, you see. We stayed there for a couple of years. Students were there with us, periodically. Some of them were very well known, Saratamanugama, for example, and several others. Most of them are dead and gone, but many of them. From there, we went into another remote area, Hinidum Paktua, but close to the Singaraja forest. Where we also spent several times and produced my book. From there, produced my book, Land Tenure in Village. So I want to now, I must tell you that that what motivated me to leave the university, which I really loved. It was, what really happened was, I was in the States for a few months, and there I made arrangements at the University of Chicago to teach there for 6 months of the year. When I came back, the first JVP insurrection took place in 71. Then that's the time I left, many other people. Now, how much time do I have? Another 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Yeah. So let me, in any case, I have to stop because my notes ran out. Now, just to give you an idea of my later career. Now, the important thing to realize is once you teach in an American university, you see, education and learning becomes a kind of high-powered thing. There's a good side to it and a bad side to it. The bad side is that people have to produce. The bad side is that people have to produce. You have to produce books. And now it has become an obsession. You see, people have been producing so many books, so many PhDs, they are actually unreadable. But at that time, we were still young, a small department, you see, and we, it was very important for us so that there I developed my interest in psychoanalysis and anthropology, but always using my Sri Lankan material. I must tell you that even when I was writing on Captain Cook, you see, it is my Sri Lankan experience that forced me to write about it. Why? Because the European imagination thought of Captain Cook as the avatar of the Enlightenment, as the really good man who helped the natives. I just didn't believe it. I turned that whole thing upside down and said that he was a modern day terrorist. I didn't use those words, of course. But that is what he was, you see. How is it that people thought that when he visited Hawaii, you know, he was a great explorer, no doubt. The good side is there. When he visited Hawaii, you know, the myth was that he was worshipped by the Hawaiians. I said that that myth is an invention of the Europeans. The Hawaiians didn't do that, but the Europeans felt that the foreigner who comes there would be treated like a god. The white man as a god. That was my critique of Captain Cook. And in some sense, that critique is based on my sort of anti-colonialism, I admit it, and also in my sort of immersion in Sri Lankan Buddhism, you see, and Sri Lankan affair. So I want to now end up by saying, of course, there's a lot more that I have, work that I have done, but I want to mention my very last work, which I think is the most important thing I have done, which is called The Awakened One's Phenomenology of Visionary Experience, in which I try to bridge the gap between Buddhism and Christian forms of knowing, but not epistemologically. Epistemologically and philosophically, these two religions are very separate. But on another level, there is a kind of unity. And one of the things that some of my recent writing, including the lecture I gave to the Dalai Lama just a week or two ago, you see, is about bridging this gap between religions. There are areas, you see, in we can bridge this gap in spite of epistemological distinctions, very powerful epistemological separation between Buddhism, Islam, and Christianity. So, after, while that book was in progress, then emerged a different phase of my life. I had retired from the university, Princeton University, not only a great university, but a great place to work in. And I started moving away from my interest in the Western province. We had worked on soil ceremonies, you see, with Sarachandra and I both worked together, and went into the remote areas of Uva Wellness. I tell you, it was a completely revolutionary experience. Completely revolutionary. In the sense that I studied people and, you know, whose lifestyle was completely different from anything in the Western, Southern, and Sagaragamu provinces. They are major. So I don't want to get into that later. I will be publishing some of that soon, except to say one of the things that we found was that when I go and see a Vata ritual there, and when I go and see a Singhala ritual there, there's no difference. Whether you're a Vata or you're a Singhala, you are doing the same kind of thing. There are some differences because traditionally Vatas didn't believe in the karma theory, the Singhala people did. But basically the rituals were very, very similar. Once again, one of my interests is bridging difference. Not emphasizing that you and you and you and you are different, but at some level we are similar, whether you are a Vata or a Singhala, you see. And when we were doing that study, you see, one of the things I tell my friends is, I'm learning something new every day. And that's the inspiration I want to give your young people over there. You see, research is learning something new every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Every word of your keynote speech is really encouraging, and your life itself a good example for all who have a quest of social and academic success. Many thanks again, sir. Now I kindly call upon Professor A.M. Navaratna Bandara, Dean, Faculty of Arts, University of Peradeniya, and Professor H.M.D.R. Herath, Head, Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya, to present a souvenir to our chief guest and today's keynote speaker, Professor Gananath Obesekara, to mark respect. Thank you. Now, may I call upon Professor Kalinga Tudor Silva for a special address on history of Sri Lankan sociology. Can we have you on the stage, please?
Good morning to all of you. I think today is a special treat to most of us because we have had the privilege of seeing Professor Gananath Obesekara and Mrs. Ranjini Obesekara. Actually my presentation will be basically trying to build on some of the lessons we already learned. I must first thank Professor H.M.D.R. Herath for inviting me to make this short presentation. Actually, it's basically a brief history of the Department of Sociology at University of Peradeniya. Not history of sociology in Sri Lanka, it's too broad for me. So I thought I will narrow it down to my own department. In the interest of time, I will actually read my text. I think that is the best way to address the time problem. Even though the first Department of Sociology in Sri Lanka was established in 1949 in University of Ceylon in Colombo under the leadership of Bryce Ryan, a product of Harvard University, the history of the sociology profession in Sri Lanka is largely connected with the Department of Sociology in University of Ceylon, established in 1953 after the university moved to Peradeniya. This is because a galaxy of internationally renowned scholars such as Ralph Peris, S.J. Tambaya, Gananath Obesekara, H.L. Senaviratna, Sid Perimbanayagam, Laksiri Jayasuriya, Kitsiri Malalgoda, and Newton Gunasinghe, and some key public figures in Sri Lanka, including Sarath Amalugama, whose name already mentioned, Bradman Veerakorn, W.J.S. Karunaratne, Danesh Kasichetti, and Sugat Ranugge have been associated with this department at one time or another. In spite of being the fertile ground of various illustrious scholars and would-be public servants, no history of this department has ever been written, except for some brief and not altogether salutary remarks to the department in the memoirs of Ralph Pearis, published in 1988. Against this background, this note sketches the early history of the department through the work of three founders of the discipline at Peradeniya, one of whom you already listened to, largely based on anecdotal evidence, personal memoirs, key informant interviews, and photographic evidence. Department photos are like inscriptions in this effort to discover the departments of past. So this is basically our historical source. We don't have a lot of records. Not many founders of the department have actually left detailed records. We don't even have the early records of the department, maybe because the department moved from place to place. So basically, this effort at trying to understand the early history of this department has to rely on qualitative research methods, and this is what I follow. So basically, I will describe the lessons that we can learn from three founders of the discipline of sociology at Peradeniya, beginning with Ralph Pearis. Ralph Pearis, the founder of the Department of Sociology at Peradeniya, was a macro-sociologist. I think for our undergraduate students, this might be a useful term to Google search. What is macro-sociology? Basically, he was a macro-sociologist with a strong interest in history as against ethnography, as evident from his magnus opus, Sinhala Social Organization. You have, I think, already seen references to it. The tradition was continued by some later scholars like H.L. Seneviratne. I think some of you are familiar with his Rituals of the Kandyan State, which is basically along the lines of macro-sociology in the way Ralph Pearis expounded it. And Kitsiri Malgoda and his most well-known work, Buddhism in Sinhala Society, 1750 to 1900. So these are some continuation of work along the same lines. Ralph Pearis made useful contribution towards introducing sociology in the public sphere, inclusive of public administration, policy planning and development. And I'm very happy to see some of our past graduates who are currently in public service who are present here. And I think they have to thank to Professor Ralph Pearis, because he's the one actually who introduced sociology as a subject in Sri Lanka Administrative Service examination. And that helped a great deal towards actually, taking sociology to the practical level. This is Ralph Pearis. He worked in the Department of Sociology at Peradeniya from 1953 to 1958, and again 1961 to 67, and 1970 to 72. In between, he held positions in UNESCO, Ministry of Planning in Sri Lanka, and variety of other institutions. He described his career as a peripatetic one. So, which means basically, he did not stay in one place for too long. This may also be a good lesson for some of you. I, for one, has been in one place probably for too long. So this is, anyway, this is one of his, ideas. In his essay titled Sociology as a Calling, a desultory memoir, Ralph Pearis ridiculed the fieldwork tradition in following terms. He didn't like fieldwork, the type of work that Professor Obesekara has done. Of course, he never criticized Obesekara. I had no wish to be drawn into this narrow empiricism, nor did I have any research funding, in common with scholars in most underdeveloped countries. I recoil from the idea of spending a couple of years on field work in an isolated village. In fact, I could not even spare 5 months that Edmund Leach, assisted by an interpreter, spent to study a village in north central dry zone. And also, he referred to his predecessor, who was Bryce Ryan, who had initiated a series of village studies in Sri Lanka, as someone who has studied at a cow college in USA. So our department has always had dissent. You know, it's part of, I think Professor Obesekar already mentioned that he never accepted the establishment, and probably this is a inherent feature of sociology wherever it exists. And he had a running debate with Bryce Ryan, as well as, I think, Leach. He wrote a review of Leach's work in Ceylon Journal of Historical Social Studies, where he was actually very critical of the approach Leach took in trying to understand the Sri Lankan culture. In contrast, the two world-famous Sri Lankan anthropologists, S.J. Thambaiya and Galanath Obesekara, developed a strong tradition of theory-driven ethnographic research in Sri Lanka through their research on kinship, land tenure, and religion, and greatly contributed towards enriching key debates in the field of anthropology, as was already referred to by Professor Migas Kumbura. These two outstanding Sri Lankan anthropologists became leading scholars in global centers of learning, such as University of Cambridge, University of Harvard, University of California, and Princeton University. Following the publication of his book, Buddhism Betrayed, I think we have a picture of the cover page here, S.J. Thambaiya was tainted and badly misrepresented as an anti-Buddhist traitor by the Sinhala nationalist press in Sri Lanka. How so much of violence, such as 1983 riots, erupt in a predominantly Buddhist society, presumably committed to the principles of non-violence, was a legitimate research question. This should indeed disturb the conscience of the Buddhists, if they are true Buddhists, faithful to the doctrine of ahimsa. Unfortunately, many of the single reading public came to know about Thambaiya through attacks on this book in Sinhala media. Nalin Silva, for instance, wrote a Sinhala publication attacking Thambaiya's book and labeling him as a sociologist whose so-called research is merely preparing the ground for Tamil Elam. The book was banned in Sri Lanka. Not many people realize that Thambaiya was a leading authority on sociology of Buddhism in spite of his Tamil Christian identity. His widely acclaimed work, such as the Buddhist, I think some of them are listed here, the Buddhist Saints of the Forest and Cult of Amulets, published in 1984, World Conqueror and World Renouncer, published in 1976, and Buddhism and the Spirit Cults in Northeast Thailand, published in 1970, indicate his deep understanding of Buddhism, having conducted most of his ethnographic and historical research in two Theravada Buddhist countries, namely Sri Lanka and Thailand. While there may be some truth in the criticisms leveled against him, his later work on Sri Lanka as political tracts, rather than detached academic work of the type he has been famous for, nonetheless, his work provided useful insights regarding how religious ideology can be manipulated by unscrupulous groups for their own narrow socio-political ends, as also later revealed in global events such as 9/11. So now I want to move to Galanath Obesekara, and already he described how he entered anthropology and also his his background, very interesting background. So I will not, I will try to limit my remarks about his work because it's already well known to most of you. In his extensive research on ritual and popular Buddhism in Sri Lanka, Gananath Obesekar clearly recognized the increasing ideological and political significance of New Buddhism. But for the most part, he stayed clear of narrow political sentiments. I don't know how far he agrees with this statement. He served in the Department of Sociology at Peradeniya from 1958 to 1966 and 1970 to 1972. This is the time when I first met him. We actually had heard about him. He will come for one semester and then not show up in the other semesters. But he will always leave us with a very good set of notes, printed in yellow paper. I don't know from where he obtained it, and it was really very good reading material for us. So we would read his work, read about him, and from time to time he will show up and make his very captivating presentations, which actually attracted us to the discipline of sociology. His psychoanalytic approach to religion, evident in Medusa's Hair, published in 1981, The Cult of Goddess Pattini, published in 1984, and The Work of Culture, was innovative and at the same time highly insightful from the angle of understanding deep motivations and passions associated with religious cults and practices. As a Sri Lankan anthropologist with a deep understanding of classical, modern, and postmodern social theory, and a personal engagement with culture. In his presentation, he referred to the fact that his father was an Ayurveda scholar and practitioner, and he had a very superior command of English and Sinhala. Obesekara made unique contributions to cultural studies and in some ways crossed the barrier between the anthropologist and the native. I think that publication, which is about him, the anthropologist and the native, edited by H.L. Senavaratna, actually makes this point very strongly. His heated debate with Marshall Sahalins, in fact, touched on the complications arising from separating myth from history creation and history awareness. He was so deeply engaged in his ethnographic work that he can recite by memory Tovil Kavi, and he also mentioned Pal Kavi. I hope that he would probably recite some songs for us in his presentation, but he didn't. He would recite by memory all this folk poetry. He had first learned nearly 5 decades ago. When he was revisiting a cohort of female ascetics, I think he followed up about 9 female ascetics in Kataragama over a long period of time. When he was revisiting a cohort of female ascetics with matted hair in his now famous Kataragama research, Perahara season after Perahara season, some of those women became so familiar with his presence in Kataragama that he was reportedly known among them as Ape hairstyle එක copy කරපු Professor Mahathya. You can see the affinity in hairstyles in that cover page and Professor Obesekara himself. The department suffered a great deal due to the exodus of first generation of Sri Lankan sociologists and anthropologists in the 1970s and 1980s. In referring to his own life experiences, Thambaya mentioned the following anecdote, which provides some hints as to the circumstances that led to his departure from Sri Lanka. In 1958, while I was leading a research team composed of university undergraduates, all of whom were Sinhalese, that were engaged in sociological study of peasant colonization in Galloya. Ethnic riots unexpectedly broke out in our midst. And at Ampare, Sinhala public workers went on the rampage in hijacked trucks, attacking Tamil shopkeepers and Tamil peasant colonies. My students, very solicitous for my safety, insisted that I stay behind closed doors while they stood guard. And I was later hidden in a truck and spirited out of the Batiklo Valley, to Batiklo, a safe Tamil area. That experience was traumatic. It was the first time the ethnic divide was so forcibly thrust into my existence. And intuitively, reading these signs, I wished to get away from the island. So I experienced a mounting alienation and a sense of being homeless in my own country. And Professor Besekara mentioned how JVP uprising in the 70s also impacted on him. It has to be noted here that many of the eminent Sri Lankan anthropologists never abandoned Sri Lanka for good. For instance, scholars like Ganana Tobesekara kept coming back to Sri Lanka for their research, as well as for reinvigorating their social and cultural roots, as he just described to us. The return of Ganana Tobesekara to Sri Lanka for good after his retirement confirms that in spite of the worldwide horizon of opportunities open to him, he considers Sri Lanka his true home. The department operated with a skeleton staff and minimum resources in this period of crisis. A period of recovery started in late 1980s when some members of the next generation of sociologists returned to the country after their postgraduate training overseas, and sociology became one of the more popular disciplines at the University of Peradeniya. The curriculum of the department expanded to include development sociology, gender studies, political sociology, environmental sociology, peace and conflict studies, and many other new disciplines. The department benefited from the award under the World Bank funded IRKV project from 2005 to 2007. Here we can see a big picture of a staff retreat to the mountain, Hantana Mountain, as part of this exercise. And a lot of improved facilities you see today are the outcome of that intervention from outside. The new generation of sociologists must draw from and at the same time build on the rich intellectual heritage of this most prestigious department of sociology in Sri Lankan university system. And that is my final comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. The next item will be the introduction to Applied Social Research Center. I kindly call upon Dr. Abhay Radnayaka, Senior Lecturer, University of Peradeniya, to introduce the Applied Social Research Center to the gathering.
Very good morning to you all. As you all know, several speakers mentioned in the morning that the most important event in today's program is going to be the establishment of the research center. So I feel that so I have been put in great difficulty by the staff members of the Department of Sociology because we didn't really have exact idea to talk about the establishment of the research center. And some people suggested we better go for an institute of sociology. And some others mentioned that it is better to establish a research unit. And others also came up with the idea that we should start a research center. And the responsibility was given to me, and I was nowhere to find the exact meaning. But eventually, I got to know that Professor Teuda Silva and Dr. Rasak developed a proposal, I think almost 10 years back, to start a research center. So therefore, my presentation is basically based on Professor Teuda Silva and Dr. Rasak ideas. So therefore, I give my respect to these individuals who developed the proposal. Okay. So as you see here, so the title of our, or the name of our research institute is going to be, or sometimes we can modify later. So we have developed, and so we have to send this one through the Faculty of Arts as well as the Senate, and finally we have to get the approval from the university authorities. So it is known as proposal for the establishment of an applied social research center in the Faculty of Arts, University of Peradeniya. So we use the term Applied Sociology Research Center. That is the name. So I like to introduce the activities of the center. As we all know that our faculty has been well known for conducting very sound research over many years. So we know that Sri Lanka was known in other countries due to some sound researchers that Peradeniya University produced. The Faculty of Arts at the University of Peradeniya has inherited a long and rich tradition of academic research. However, as an institution, it has made insufficient contribution to applied social research. So we really think that in our department, so we really have to engage in conducting research to address present social problem, rather than limiting our teaching to theoretical aspect of sociology. And that's also another long extension of the introduction. And now I will explain the reasons or the rationale for the establishment of the research center. So currently there are many ongoing and proposed economic and social development projects in various parts of Sri Lanka. So in many such projects, the services of high quality professional social scientists are needed for research, evaluation, and training purposes. So at present, private consultancy firms, sometimes drawing on university personnel, meet most of these demands. The University of Peradeniya is in a strategically important position to take advantage of many developmental activities currently being implemented or proposed for the conflict-affected northern and eastern parts of Sri Lanka. So as we mentioned here, we know that University of Peradeniya is located almost middle of the country. So we have very good links to maintain to develop this center to conduct very important applied research, because we are in real need of now, because of we are spending, or our societies facing post-conflict social problems. And it is also important to point out that reconstruction, rehabilitation, and development efforts in war-torn parts of the country may constitute an important avenues of employment for graduates in the relevant fields for years to come. And we know that we have been conducting practical research in the north as well as the east. So we have been able to provide employment opportunities for our graduates temporarily, but we can't provide permanent positions. So we think once we establish the center, so we will be able to provide employment opportunities continuously to our graduates. And now I move on to discuss the objectives of the center. So one objective is to undertake applied social research on topics of vital national interest, such as poverty, human development, inclusive of health and education, community development, social harmony, conflict resolution, devolution, problems of human resettlement, gender and social problem. And the other objective, develop and conduct applied social science courses in areas such as community development, human resettlement planning, social mobilization, sociology or displaced population, regional development, and participatory development. And also, we would like to engage in conduct national and international workshops on topics of applied social science interests. Collaborate with donors, development agencies, and other universities in Sri Lanka and abroad towards promotion of application of social science knowledge. And also, we like to implement, promote involvement of students and junior faculty in field-oriented applied social research projects. So in terms of activities of the center, so we basically focus on research. The center will undertake baseline studies, project evaluations and impact assessments, as well as basic research in areas such as poverty, conflict analysis, and community dynamics. In identifying suitable field locations for relevant studies, priority will be given to areas closely accessible from the University of Peradeniya, including conflict-affected areas, the state sector, and other less developed regions in the country. Field research will be carried out in collaboration with staff and students in universities in the respective areas. So in terms of training, our center will conduct short-term training programs in the application of social sciences in vital fields such as the targeting of development assistance, identification of community resources, social policy, and community-based approaches in health and development for the benefit of development practitioners and junior faculty at the University of Peradeniya, and collaborating universities in conflict-affected areas. And the other objective is curriculum development. The center will identify areas where new courses may be necessary from the point of view of emerging development initiatives in the country, employment prospect for social science graduates from the university system, and the needs of the students' population. Student placement. So we are just proposing, but we will, amend depending on whatever the comments that we get, at different level. The center will explore possibilities for vocation job and internship for students in the relevant fields in appropriate development projects in contact with the center. So in addition, students will be encouraged to undertake dissertation research on topics that have disciplinary relevance on the one hand and practical relevance for ongoing development exercise in the country on the other. So we also think that we want to develop our research center as a resource center. The resource center will work towards building up a resource center containing up-to-date literature on applied social research in Sri Lanka and abroad. Efforts will also be made to establish and update necessary databases so as to facilitate research undertaken by staff and students. And also the other objective, dissemination of research results. So as and when necessary and feasible, university level, national level and international seminars and workshops will be organized around important development themes identified by the center. The organization setup. The center will operate as a unit within the University of Peradeniya under the purview of the University Senate with a status similar to that of other centers that already exist at the university. So it will be situated in the Faculty of Arts, but will reflect the center's multidisciplinary character in its organizational structure and management. We hope to develop a multi-disciplinary programs with other departments. We already have 17 departments in the Faculty of Arts. So as well as where things are possible, we will be able to extend our activities with the medical faculty, science faculty, allied health science faculty, as well as agriculture faculty too. And the final thing is funding and sustainability. So this is the most difficult thing, that even though we have good ideas and proposals and objectives and other things, but if you do not to get money, and we can't do anything. So this is the most important area. The center will seek funding from suitable donors in Sri Lanka and abroad for initiating proposed activities. The center will only undertake assignments that can be successfully completed within human power resources currently available within the university system, supplemented by resource persons hired from outside where necessary. So I like to make an appeal because today I see that a large number of alumni as well as maybe very influential former sociology graduates are here. So if you are really interested in supporting the Department of Sociology, I think this is where you can support in terms of helping us developing avenues to get funding, as well as in terms of conducting collaborative research. So this is a very good opportunity so that you can maintain links with our department. I hope you will take a serious note of this center. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next item is a traditional Sinhala dance performance named a Sinhala song. This Sinhalese poem and dance presents the serenity of village life and the beauty of its surrounding in a typical Sinhalese village, and how it becomes a place for building peace among its people. This is a popular Sinhalese song during the Sinhala and Hindu New Year period. Thank you. Next will be the presentation session 1 by the staff, Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya. I kindly invite Dr. Abhay Ratnayaka, Senior Lecturer, Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya, to coordinate the event.
Again, very good afternoon to you all. So we are going to start our academic sessions, mainly academic presentations. So we have three types of academic presentations. First by staff members of the Department of Sociology, and then postgraduate students, and finally our recent passed out students, undergraduates. First of all, I like to invite Professor Kalinga Tiuda Silva. As you all know, that he retired recently to chair the session. I think I don't have to introduce again Professor Tiuda Silva because he's so well known. And as well as I like to invite Professor Karunatis Atukoralata to be the chair as well. And I also think that I don't have to introduce him again because he is also a well-known teacher in the Department of Sociology. And please proceed to the head table. Also, we have rapporteur, Mr. Ena Vikrasminga. He's also alumni member of our department. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I will be co-chairing this session with Professor Karunathis Sadukorala. And actually in these three academic sessions, we will showcase our faculty, our postgraduate students, and our undergraduate students. And we have limited time for these presentations. This particular session, actually, we have 4 presenters. So the way we will conduct this is that, I will basically introduce the speakers, and Professor Sadukorala will actually conduct the question and answer session. So we start with Dr. Mallika Pinnavela, who is going to talk about managing problem of solid waste in Sri Lanka, existing and future strategies in selected local authorities in Central Province. I will not spend too much time introducing her. We have 10 minutes time for presentation and 5 minutes time for discussion. I think I understand that warning will be given in 8 minutes. I don't know. Yes. There will be okay, we will ring the bell in 8 minutes. Please wind up your presentation after we ring the bell. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon to everybody. My research is a small piece of the large research conducting from 2011 to 2016. It is still conducting, and we are conducting several aspects regarding the solid waste management. I selected to present here what I interest in this several aspects. It is about the managing the problem of solid waste in Sri Lanka. In here, I'm trying to discuss about the existing and future strategies in selected local authorities in Central Province. But we conducted this research even in the Southern Province. But because I thought this is not only the presentation, I'd like to give some awareness about the solid waste problem, because it's become as a national problem. So that is why I select this topic to present you. If I talk about the history of the problem of solid waste management in Sri Lanka, actually it started after 1977, after introducing the open economy in Sri Lanka. Up to now, we had the problem of the solid waste, but it is not a big problem, because these days, due to the some development programs, some infrastructure development program, because of those many things, now it became as a problem. Not only as the problem, but we can see it as a national problem. So therefore, the government even pay a very good place in their development agenda. The main reason for this problem is there is no proper mechanism to manage this solid waste still in Sri Lanka. So that is the main reason for it became as the problem, especially as a national problem. There are main institutes are responsible for the managing solid waste management in Sri Lanka, especially the local authorities are the main responsible institution. There are 3 types of the local authorities can be in Sri Lanka. These are municipal council, urban council, and Pradeshia Sabha. Altogether, they are according to their act. I mean the provincial act, local government act. We can see there's a special provisions for solid waste management in Sri Lanka. According to this diagram, you can see who will be the responsible for the solid waste management. There are 335 local authorities in Sri Lanka. They are the main responsible person. In addition, Central Environment Authority, National Solid Waste Management Support Center, and the Provincial Waste Management Authority are the responsible. But main responsible is goes the local authority. in the respective areas. According to this slide, you can understand the problem of the solid waste management in Sri Lanka. The per capita per day waste generation on average is 250 gram per person, and between 250 to 500 grams. So, but it's in 2012 data. In 2025, we estimated the one person will produce 1 kilo of solid waste. So now you can understand it is really become a very big problem in Sri Lanka, especially as a developing country. We have to face, we have to pay our attention on this. The other one is in Sri Lanka. Normally, we the generation in municipal solid waste generation in Sri Lanka, it's around 6,400 ton per day according to the 2000 data. The other one is the important one is from all these solid waste, around 60% to 70% are degradable. Or bio, I mean, we can look at that, mean the waste, degradable waste come from the, especially from the domestic waste. So that means it is easy to manage because then non-degradable, it is easy to manage the degradable waste. We can, it's get the higher amount from the all composition of the solid waste managed. According to this, you can understand about the composition of the solid waste in the municipal council. And this is about the urban council, and this is about the Pradeshiya Sabha. According to this bars, you can see degradable waste is higher than the other type of waste. This study based on data collected from the project prepared for the National Guideline for Solid Waste Management. In here, I have selected 3 local authorities: Kandy Municipal Council, Gampala Urban Council, and Udupalata Pradeshiya Sabha. The data collection, as a data collection technique, I can see case studies, interviews, and existing record of these local authorities. Before move to the existing strategies of the solid waste, I would like to briefly discuss about the previous system in solid waste management in these areas. In here, people, I think you already know, you in as a people who living around the Kandy, earlier there are a cement tank around the places they established in around the city. Then people can anytime put their waste dump their waste into this tank. And laborers also collect waste from the household, and they also put their they dump this waste into this tank, and the vehicle come collect the all garbage and from this concrete bin, and they transport for the finding disposal site. Then the responsibility is over. So that is the previous system operating in these 3 areas. According to this, you can see this picture show you about the garbage tank earlier can be seen in these 3 areas. And this is the way they collect in the waste, and they put in this concrete dustbin. Now the existing system is now different. That means the current situation, current system are different in these 3 areas. First, they garbage now these 3 local authorities collect their garbage according to the zones. They divided the area into the zone, and the laborers they go to these places and collect the garbage that we call it as a house-to-house system, organization-to-organization system. And they remove all the tanks from these garbage tank from these urban areas in these three local authority area, and now they go to the house and collect, and we further we call it as a cubicide collection. This is the way they remove the concrete bins in these three areas, and now the garbage is directly handled by the local authority. There is no second-hand handling in this garbage in this area. And the other special thing is that separation of garbage, now it is compulsory. If you are not separate their garbage, they will not collect the garbage. If they put garbage in area, they will take the legal action against this person. In here, there's a special police unit can be seen in all this police station. We call it as an environment police. They will file against, they will file the cases against these people. And even the domestic waste, now they go to the house and they collect the domestic waste. And in addition, they introduce in the composting barrel for the household. Then they don't want to give their degradable waste to their garbage collectors. They can compost. They can make compost at their home. In addition, very recently, the Kandy Municipal Council introduced garbage fee for especially from the commercial side. If they are generate more than 10 kilo per day, they have to pay a garbage fee. And this is the situation of the Udapalata, the same situation as going on these areas, and Gampal also. Now they have a buying centers. The buying centers, the waste item for recycling work. And these are the places. And in addition, they are conducting some public awareness surveys. And they introducing the gardening program also. And earlier they just disposed the waste on open dumping. Now they are trying to manage this open dumping. And anyway, the future plan is final goal is to go to the sanitary landfill site through the zero waste, for the zero waste city, especially in here. They are using 3R concept, that means reduce, reuse, and recycling. So like this, now they are trying to manage their garbage in these three areas. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mallika. It's a very interesting piece of applied research. It's not only a problem of society, but it has gone beyond the society. It's an environmental problem, political problem. So we have about 4 minutes for the discussion. Okay. Till the audience, come out with their questions, let me ask one question, verification rather. So now your presentation is like, very interesting that it is, you have sort of, provided a lot of information about garbage collection and rest of the thing. But what is the sort of social aspect? Is there any kind of, sociological or cultural perception with regard to the collection and the distribution of solid garbage?
Yeah, I think, sir, it is a very interesting question because I did not discuss about this aspect, because especially the waste generated by the people. So we are preparing some plans for the people. But if they are not cooperate with these plans and the other thing, it is not success. For here, the social aspect is the public participation or community participation on solid waste management. So that is why we are trying to develop some many programs and the other thing, because without the public consent, without the public participation, we can't manage the solid. Anyhow, that means it is very important part in the as a social aspect is very important part regarding the solid waste management, especially the community participation is very important.
Okay. Open for the.
Yes, it is the one reason for the increase the solid waste generation, because with the urbanization, people's attitude, people's behavior, people custom also change. With this, people use many artificial things. So therefore, it finally it became as the solid waste. In one hand, other hand is it's connected to the urbanization process. So because of the the problem of the urbanization, there are limited area, but the population is there are many migrant people are there. So therefore, if I answer it in short, sir, with the urbanization, we can see increased generation of solid waste. That is the problem, and it is the main reason for it became as the problem of a national problem in Sri Lanka. Yeah, still from the rural areas, we are the authority do not collect the garbage from the rural area. That is why we call it as a municipal solid waste. We are collecting only from the urban areas, because the problem is very serious in the urban areas, not the rural areas. Because regarding the solid waste management, the main problem is the disposal. There is no proper place to disposal. Environment sound or environment friendly place, there is no place. So therefore, still there's no problem about the solid waste management in the rural areas. So we are not paying attention to the rural areas. They manage their garbage themselves.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Malika. We have no time. But anyway, it's a very interesting piece of study, and it opens, many research areas in the future. I'll hand over mic to the chair.
Thank you. From solid waste management problems, we move to corruption. The next presentation is on corruption, and it will be by Dr. Dhammika Herath, who is a senior lecturer in sociology, who recently joined the department. Dr. Dhammika Herath.
I think I have to speak about a very unpopular topic on the sociology day. This paper actually results from a research study which was carried out by 3 people, Professor Camilla Orhuela, Professor Jonas Lindberg, and myself. The 2 colleagues were actually from the University of Gothenburg, where I had previously worked before I joined sociology here. Now, corruption in Sri Lanka has been studied before by some scholars, but not by many. And when it had been studied, it was mainly concerning corruption and conflict, corruption and tsunami, and the stuff like that. And we felt that in our study, we are looking at the problem, a larger problem of corruption in Sri Lanka society over a 3-year research study. In fact, this paper is only a part of the larger research study. And the main objective of this presentation, which is actually under review with the journal now, is to dwell on the unique insights of corruption fighters in order to understand the problem of corruption in Sri Lanka, including the many hindrances facing those fighting corruption and the strategies they adopt in overcoming these challenges. And I must also emphasize at the beginning that in this study, in our research, we have not made an effort to study corruption objectively, because it's corruption is an evasive social phenomenon. People who commit corruption do not like to admit that they do, so it's a very secret affair, and it's almost impossible to measure corruption. And there are no studies which actually objectively measure corruption in Sri Lanka. So our objective is to look at the perceptions regarding corruption, and in this case, experiences of those people who fight corruption. Now, who are the corruption fighters? Now, these are women and men who have either opposed corruption in their respective workplaces or proactively acted to prevent or stop or reveal corruption committed mainly by government officials and politicians. Now, we are not suggesting that corruption is committed only by government officials and politicians. It's merely the fact that we have studied perceptions towards corruption committed by government officials and the politicians. And we have not investigated. I must also emphasize that now here we are talking about perceptions, and we have not made an effort to investigate the allegations that are leveled. What is corruption? Now, there is no commonly accepted definition of corruption. In the academic literature, one of the most commonly used definition is that corruption is the abuse of power for personal gain. This definition is highly instrumental and very useful, but it has also attracted substantive criticism from the academic community, because corruption in society can actually involve much more than personal gain. For example, corruption can involve group gain. So, 5 minutes. I thought I have only started. Okay. All right, I will have to rush through the slides. How many minutes do I have, sir? 5 minutes, okay. Yeah, now if you look at the problem of corruption, one of the politicians that we spoke to, who was known as a corruption fighter, mentioned this to us. I am one of the more vociferous critics of corruption. I pick and choose the ones that I want to speak about. It's a sea of corruption. So the corruption fighters that we interviewed, most of them were of the opinion that corruption is an endemic issue in Sri Lankan society. And corruption, when people commit corruption, it's highly innovative. They use all the resources they can muster to commit corruption. In one of the corruption fighters that we interviewed said this to us. He said, in the case of deliverance of government subsidies, people had prepared in one of the companies. People had prepared the checks, the bank accounts in their names, and they were giving government aid on factories, on rubber factories, which are non-existent, imaginary factories. So corruption, when it occurs, is highly innovative, and especially corruption at the hands of the professionals is highly technical and systematic, and not very easy to detect. Here I'm presenting a quotation from a health sector trade union official. Now he says, if you look at the health sector, there is overpricing of medicine due to commissions. Health authorities and health suppliers work together, but authorities deliberately let the tender procedure fail. There are technical evaluation committees, and they cause a lot of delays and let the procedure fail. but the need for medicine is urgent, so you go for what is called local purchasing and out marketing. And we also found out that union pressure among the officials is a hindrance or barrier against the corruption fight. And loot is usually distributed from top to bottom. And then, technical corruption evades normal scrutiny. And here we have a quotation about a canal that was built in Anuradhapura, which actually does not take water. I will just rush through the corruption fighters. 2 minutes, yeah. Now, if you in our study, the focus was on corruption fighters and their experiences. What sort of experiences they had in fighting corruption. Now, the experiences they had involved loss of career promotion, punishment transfers to remote locations, threatening phone calls, verbal attacks, emotional and physical injuries. Now, this is a telephone call that one of the secretaries received from a minister. He said, the first telephone call was that I will not let you celebrate the New Year. The second telephone call is a more nuanced one. Why don't you try to help this person? I'm very close to His Excellency and I can try to help you become a secretary. By that time, I was a senior public official and most of my juniors had become minister secretaries. So now the corruption fighters that we interviewed, in no situation, no case they had to fight corruption. They made a conscious decision not only to keep themselves away from graft, but also proactively oppose it wherever it occurred. Ordinarily, they had to choose between wealth, comfort, and high offices, along with the loss of integrity, or low salaries, suffering, and career stagnation with integrity. Corruption fighters became fighters precisely because they swam against the upstream, against the tide. I have run out of my time, I guess. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. You did it within the period given to you. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dhammika. And it's a very interesting topic. As you said, it is not unpopular, it is very popular. That was the political slogan, I think, last election. Okay, you are welcome for the discussion.
Unfortunately, we couldn't listen to your definition. Maybe you might have thought about. Can you say us a little bit about something psychological or relationship-based corruption? Is there something we can call psychological or relationship-based corruption?
If I understood your question properly, I think you might be referring to corruption that is that occur on the lines of kingship. Is that what you are referring to?
That we gain something or we achieve something with the help of someone who is powerful. Is that also corruption?
Yeah, actually, yeah, we have actually tried to now. Yeah, I mean positions, government contracts, and as well as many other perks and privileges that come through to your network of relatives as well as friends is very important in the context of corruption in Sri Lanka as well as outside. And we have actually tried to cover this aspect of corruption by broadening the definition from abuse of power for personal gain to abuse of power for group gain. And when we say group gain, it includes kinship networks and friendship networks. And we have actually studied many instances of corruption, also of development projects. And one of the interviewees who was a corruption fighter in the Ports Authority mentioned to us that about a port that was built in Sri Lanka, and she thought it was like building a bridge in Sahara, hoping that one day a river will flow underneath it. So these were the kind of corruption that occurred through kinship and friendship networks. Unfortunately, I don't have time to elaborate on the rich ethnographic evidence that we have collected.
Thank you.
Over there.
Thank you, Dr. Damik. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damik, for your interesting, presentation. Actually, since it's disheartening to think that, the corruption fighters who are actually putting their lives, at risk probably for a good cause, that you actually cannot get it work and it's really hard. But did you in your study find out that there are, any strategies or means that actually does help for them to carry forward their, goal or, ambition to fight against that?
Yeah, actually, some of the corruption fighters, actually many of the corruption fighters we interviewed had early influences from public officials of integrity. Like many of the people we interviewed were sort of disciples of Bradman Virukon, for example. Now, these were people who had shielded them from political influences in their young career stage, and from them they developed, sense of integrity. And many of the people who survived in the public sector to tell a story, they had their own strategies. They wouldn't clash with politicians head on. They would never do that. They have various strategies. For example, you go to the minister, you try to explain a phenomenon, and many of the ministers who actually brutally clash with the government officials, when you approach them on another level, they say you can explain them, and you can explain them the situations under which you have to work, and also you have to put the the legal framework ahead of you. So when you project that I mean, when you are asked to a career duty which you think is illegal, and if you put the legal framework ahead of you and shield yourself behind it, you can easily do that, and many of them have actually done it. And I think the most important thing that have driven these people is courage, like training at young stage by superior officials with integrity and their own sense of courage, especially childhood experiences and stuff like that. They have all been really important.
Time is over anyway. I can allow only one short question. Doctor.
Actually, I'll take more than a minute, so perhaps you should pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe you can continue this conversation during lunch. Can I please request those at the back to be silent, because I hear, I don't know whether they come from the fans or come from people who are in the back. Now we move to the third presentation, which will be by Nandana Vijayasinghe, who is a senior lecturer in sociology, and he's going to talk about social development through social capital formation and social relations.
Subha Madhyana, Vanakkam, good afternoon. I am going to change the pattern of the presentations because I see a lot of students in the audience. I think and also some of my target group represent university students, North-South Tamil students, and also reintegrated youth, and so on. A lot of different
young people in my target group. So I use, and also our Sri Lankan government policy, trilingual. So I want to respect that as well. எனக்கு தமிழ் கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சம் தெரியும். என் பிரசன்டேஷனுக்கு தமிழ் வாய்ஸ் கட் இறக்காதா உனக்கு பார்க்க முடியும். දැන් මගේ මේ කටයුත්ත අවසානයේදී මම ප්‍රශ්න කිහිපයක් අහනවා. ඒකට උත්තර දෙන ශිෂ්‍යෝ 5 දෙනාට මේ ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් එකේ අවුට්කම් වන පොත් පාර්සල් 5ක් දෙනවා. ධම්මික නැවතුණේ අල්ලස් මම අල්ලස් දීලා තමයි මගේ ප්‍රසන්ටේෂන් එක පටන් ගන්නෙ. දැන් මගේ මේ ස්ලයිඩ්ස් තියෙන්නේ ඉංග්‍රීසි වලින්. ඒ නිසා මේක ශිෂ්‍යෝ විශ්වවිද්‍යාල ශිෂ්‍යයන්ට වැදගත් නිසා මම බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා සාවධානව මේක අවධානය යොමු කරයි කියලා. දැන් ඔයාලට ලැබිලා තියෙන ඇබ්ස්ට්‍රැක්ට් වල තියෙනවා මේ කතාව විශේෂයෙන් තරුණ තරුණියෝ සම්බන්ධ කරගෙන කොහොමද ඒ අය මොබිලයිස් කරන්නේ සම්බන්ධ කරන්නේ රටේ මේ සමාජ ප්‍රාග්ධනයක් හැටියට මේ තරුණ තරුණියෝ අපේ කොහොමද මොබිලයිස් කරන්නේ කියන එක අරමුණක්. ඒ වගේම මේ සමාජ අනුකූලනය සඳහා තරුණ තරුණියෝ අතර සම්බන්ධතා ගොඩනගලා විවිධ කණ්ඩායම් විශ්වවිද්‍යාල ශිෂ්‍යෝ පේරාදෙණිය කැලණිය කොළඹ සමාජ සේවා ආයතනය වාගේ ආයතන ගණනාවක අය මේකට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා තියෙනවා. උතුරේ LTT රීඉන්ටග්‍රේටඩ් තරුණයෝ ඒ වගේම හමුදාව විසින් බඳවාගත්තු ප්‍රථම බැච් එක කියන්නේ හමුදාවේ සේවය කරන කාන්තා සෙබලියොත් මේකට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා තියෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ මගේ යාළුවා මේ සරත් ගම්ලත් මේකේ රිසෝස් පර්සන් කෙනෙක් වැඩ කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම බොහෝ දෙනෙක් ශිෂ්‍යොත් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා තියෙනවා. රිසෝස් පර්සන්ලා සහ විවිධ කාර්ය. ඒ වගේම බොහෝ දෙනෙක් මෙතන ඉන්නවා කෝඩිනේටර්ස්ලා, ඒ වගේම ඩිසිෂන් මේකර්ස්ලා, ප්‍රසෙන්ටර්ස්ලා වැනි වගකිය යුතු තනතුරු දරන ශිෂ්‍යොත් මෙතන ඉන්නවා. ඒ නිසා මම හිතනවා ඔබගේ සහයෝගය මට මේ සඳහා ලැබෙයි කියලා. දැන් මම කෙලින්ම කතා කරන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ මම වීඩියෝ එකක් ප්ලේ කරනවා. දැන් මේකට සම්බන්ධ වෙච්ච තරුණ තරුණියෝන්ගේ ක්‍රියාකාරකම් තමයි මම මේ කීපයක් පෙන්වන්නේ. මේ අය දෙමළ සිංහල මුස්ලිම් ආගමික වශයෙන් විවිධතාවක් තියෙන සම්බන්ධ වෙච්ච ශිෂ්‍යෝ තරුණ තරුණියෝ ඔවුන් අතර මේකෙන් ඇතිවෙච්ච සම්බන්ධතාවය සමාජ සම්බන්ධතාවය කොහොමද අපි සමාජ ප්‍රාග්ධනයක් බවට පරිවර්තනය කළේ කියන එක තමයි මේ වීඩියෝ එකෙන් අපි පෙන්වන්නේ. දැන් මේ වගේ මේ තුන්වල එකතු වුණාම සිංහල දෙමළ මුස්ලිම් තරුණ තරුණියෝ අතර බොහොම සුවද සමාජ සම්බන්ධතා ගොඩ වෙනවා. එයාලා සමාජ වෙබ් අඩවි ඒ වගේම මීඩියා හරහා දිගටම සම්බන්ධතා පවත්වනවා. මේක දන්නේ? සම්බන්ධතා පවත්වනවා. එතකොට ණයෝ හැටියට එකිනෙකා ගමන් කරනවා, ගෙවල් වලට යනවා. ඒ වගේම දැන් මම තරුණයෙකුගේ දෙන්නෙකුගේ අදහස් කීපයක් පෙන්නන්න. මේ කටයුතු වලට එකතු වෙලා ඔවුන් දරන අදහස්. සවුන්ඩ් කරුණාකරලා සවුන්ඩ්ස් දෙන්න. ඔව් දැන් මේ කලින් තරුණයා කිව්වේ අපි මේ වැඩසටහනට ක්‍රියාකාරකම් වලට සම්බන්ධ වෙන්න ඉස්සෙල්ලා අපි නිකන් තැන විසිරලා හිටපු මල් වාගේ තිබුණේ. හැබැයි අපි මේ කටයුතු කළාට පස්සේ දැන් අපි මල් මාලයක් ගොතලා තිනවා. ඒ මල් මාලය ලංකා මාතාවගේ ගෙලට පළඳමු අපි ඔක්කොම එකතු වෙලා කියලා තමයි මේ ශිෂ්‍යයා කියන්නේ. මම හිතන්නේ අපේ ටෙක්නිකල් සපෝට් අපිට අවශ්‍යයි. දැන් එතකොට දැන් විශේෂයෙන් සරතුත් දන්නවා ඇති මේ අපේ ඇක්ටිවිටීස් කරනවා විවිධ අපේ ඔපචුනිටිස් තියෙනවා ස්ට්‍රක්චර්ස් තියෙනවා පුජ්‍යලයෝ ඒ වගේම කණ්ඩායම් ප්‍රජාව මම හිතන්නේ අපි සෝෂල් වර්ක් ඇප්ලයි කරලා තියෙනවා මට ගොඩක් සරජ්‍ය උදව් ඒ සඳහා ලැබිලා තියෙනවා ඒ තුලින් අති විශාල ප්‍රමාණයක් සමාජ සම්බන්ධතා ගොඩනැගිලා සමාජ ප්‍රාග්ධනය බවට පත් වෙලා ඔවුන් සමාජ සංවර්ධනයට අති විශාල දායකත්වයක් ලබා දීලා තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම ඒ නිසා මට කියන්නට ඕනකම තියෙන්නේ විශ්වවිද්‍යාලවල සමාජ විද්‍යා තරුණියෝ තැන් වලට විසිරිලා වෙන් වෙලා නැතුව අපි ඔක්කොම එකතු වෙලා මේ අද සහස්‍රය තුල මේ මිලේනියම් ගෝල්ස් තියෙන කාලය තුල අපි එකතු වෙලා සමාජ සංවර්ධනයට අපි සමාජයේ ප්‍රාග්ධනයක් බවට පත් වෙලා අපේ කාලය ශ්‍රමය ජාතික ධනය වෙනුවෙන් අපකැප වෙලා අපි මේ රට ගොඩ නැගීමට දායක වෙන්නට ඕන social reconstructions කියලා අපේ තේමාව සමාජ සංවර්ධනය සහ දේශයේ නැවත ගොඩ නැගීම ඒ සඳහා අපි අපකැප වෙන්නට ඕන කියන ඉල්ලීම තියෙනවා. මේ විවිධ කටයුතු හරහා අපි අවුරුදු 10ක් විතර කරපු වැඩසටහන් තියෙනවා. මේ වාගේ 500 තරුණයෝ ගෙනල්ලා අපි මාසෙකට 2 ගානේ මේ කටයුතු කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒ සමාජ සම්බන්ධතා ගොඩනගලා තියෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ අපි තරුණයෝ විශේෂයෙන් කැප වෙන්න ඕන. අපිට මේකේ හඬවත් අහගන්න බෑ. ඒ තරමට අපි අපේ ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා. ඒ නිසා ඒවා අභිබවා මේ රට ගොඩ නැගීමට විවිධ විශ්වවිද්‍යාල වල දූ දරුවෝ එකතු වෙලා සමාජ විද්‍යාඥයන්ගේ කාර්යභාරය රට ගොඩ නැගීමට සහ සමාජ සංවර්ධනයට ඔබගේ කාර්යභාරය දායක කිරීමට එකතු වෙන්න කියන ආරාධනය කරමින් මම නිහඬ වෙනවා. සරත් විනාඩි 5 ඇතුළත සමාජ වැඩ පැත්තෙනුත් contribution එකක් කරයි. බොහොම ස්තුතියි.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Nandana. Yes. Okay, I think. Yeah, I think good presentation about how to use social capital in the purpose of development. But actually, one thing I have, so it's not actually criticism, but a kind of suggestion. Actually, one of the theorists who...
I'm sorry, I cannot,
Yeah, okay. One of the theorists...
you can speak little loud because due to technical problem, okay. I don't understand.
Okay, මේකයි ප්‍රශ්නේ දැන් කියන්නේ මට හිතෙනවා මේක හරියට අර මේ ලින්නන් කියනවා මේක අර social capital කියන සංකල්පය සමහර වෙලාවට maybe misused by some people because there may be some relationship between social integration and social capital. Just you talk about social integration, not about social capital maybe. There may be some social capital in integration, but I am talking about here that just he used the term actually taking serpent by the tail. කියන්නේ හරියට මේ සර්පයා වලිගෙන් අල්ල ගන්නවා වගේ. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් මේ social capital කියලා කියන්නේ එක අතකට මේ දැන් මං suggest කරනවා මෙහෙම කියන්නේ we have sufficient social capital in our society, no problem. We are already sometimes more than we have integrated more than enough sometimes.
but there is no social capital exists in our society. Social capital කියන්නේ මොකක් හරි මේ මිනිස්සු එකතු වෙන එකක් නෙවෙයි. මොකක් හරි එකතු කරන accumulate කරන ප්‍රාග්ධනයක්. So දැන් මේක ඉන්වෙස්ට් හරි විදිහට අපි ඉන්වෙස්ට් කරන්නේ නැති එකයි තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ මම හිතන විදිහට. ඒ කියන්නේ අපිට අවශ්‍ය තරම් අපි ඉන්ටිග්‍රේට් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. හේතුව ඇවිල්ලා ඒ කියන්නේ අපි ඉන්නේ we are trying to collect internal circle of social capital. Homophilous social capital. Which if we want to be developed, actually, we have to go beyond this internal circle or homophilous or inbreeding social capital. Just we have to go to that outer circle, heterophilous social capital. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි කියන මේ අපි දැන් ඉන්න මේ ඥාතිත්ව friendship මේ කියන කුලකයෙන් ඔබට ගියොත් තමයි අපේ social capital development වෙන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ. මම හිතනවා දැන් previous government එකටත් උනේ මේ සංසිද්ධියම එකක් උදාහරණයක් ගත්තොත් එහෙම අපි social capital build කරගන්න ගත්තේ අපේ ඥාතිත්වය අසල්වැසිකම friendship මේ හරහා විතරයි. ඒ නිසා මම කියන්නේ මගේ suggestion එක social capital අපි build කරනවා නම් මේ සමාජයේ සංවර්ධනය වීමේ කිරීමේ අපේක්ෂාවෙන් definitely we have to go beyond this internal circle of social capital to the external circles. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You are also believing same thing. I also believe same thing, but I don't want to present highly theoretical, abstractive, philosophical kind of things within 10 minutes, you see. So I decided to present very simple concept for the audience, you see. It's very difficult to discuss the concept of social capital, concept of social integration, you know, within a very short period of time. Just what I wanted to, you know, pass, you know, I had a lot of activities during last 10 years, just to communicate our students, especially, you know, social relationships are very, very important, and also the relationship can contribute social development. That's what I wanted. I don't want to talk any theoretical, philosophical, highly, you know, abstractive kind of things. Thank you.
Okay.
Sarath, you have anything to add?
2 more minutes.
මේ මයිතර නන්දන ලස්සනට පැහැදිලි කරා අර මේ three components, activities, opportunities and the structures. So you build up the social capital, then through you social capital, what you expect is empowering people. So helping the people who are voiceless to raise their voice. So activities, opportunities, structures, then you help people empower, right? Then once they become empowered, then they can participate in terms of participation in development as well as consumption in development. That means they become the equal partners of participation as well as, I mean, contributors as well as consumptions of the economic growth. So through that, these are actually huge concept. Through that, we can probably ensure social justice. That's what we are talking about. The key thing is opportunity, activities, and the structures. And නන්දනම රද්ද කරන්නේ activities තියෙනවා මේ වගේ තරුණ අරගෙන තැන් තැන් වල පිපිලා තිබ්බ මල්. ඒගොල්ලන්ට chance එක දෙනවා, opportunity එක දෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒකෙන් නිකන් බියසක නැති වෙලා විශ්වාසය ගොඩ නැගිලා ඒගොල්ලෝ empower වෙනවා. කතා නොකර පිටපය කතා කරනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒගොල්ලෝ සංවිධානය සිසුදය societies වලින් ඒගොල්ලෝ සංවිධානය වෙනවා. සංවිධානය වෙලා ප්‍රමාණයට ගමේ ඉස්කෝලේ library එක ඒගොල්ලෝ විසින්ම කොට නගා ගන්නවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ message එක ගෙනියනවා reconciliation and reconstruction. මේක ඉබේම සිද්ධ වෙනවා. මේ chain effects.
Any question? You see the reintegrated youth, you know, we had a huge you know, ceremony at BMICH, and Colombo, there are a lot of well-known artists in Colombo, and reintegrated youth from Mullaitivu get together and, you know, produce excellent drama. It's called Manimekala. You know, it's what you call, it's a kind of special type of drama. and they had a lot of relationships and also friendship. So we should, encourage, we should, promote those kind of things among Sinhala, Tamil, Muslim youth and people.
Thank you, Mr. Nandana. I will put it in the parking lot and we can have a discussion during the lunch time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are going to the last presentation for this session, and that will be by Mr. Samendra Jnanaratna, who is a lecturer in sociology. He is going to talk about poverty of women workers. මහිතන සිංහලෙන් ඉදිරිපත් කරන්නේ නාගරික අවිධිමත් ආර්ථික ක්‍රියාකාරී කාන්තාවන්ගේ දිනුදුභාවයේ ස්වභාවය පිළිබඳ සමාජ විද්‍යාත්මක අධ්‍යයනයක් මහනුවර නගර සීමාවේ අවිධිමත් ආර්ථික ක්‍රියාකාරී කාන්තාවන් ඇසුරෙන්. සමින්ද.
සුබ දහවලක් ඒවා සියලු දෙනාටම. මගේ පර්යේෂණයේ මාතෘකාව ගැන කතා කරොත් විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ අවිධිමත් ආර්ථිකය සම්බන්ධයෙන් කටයුතු ගැන කතා කරද්දී මේක විශේෂයෙන් අවධානයට අඩුවෙන් ලක් වෙච්ච තැනක් කියන්න පුළුවන්. විශේෂයෙන්ම අපි විධිමත් ආර්ථික රටාව, විධිමත් ආර්ථික රාමුව සංවර්ධනය ওই සම්බන්ධයෙන් කතා කරනවා. හැබැයි අවිධිමත් ආර්ථික අංශය තුල අපිට හඳුනා ගන්න පුළුවන් යටගියාවේ සැඟවිච්ච මේ සමාජ විද්‍යාත්මක පැතිකඩ. ඒකට ආර්ථිකමය වශයෙන් මේ ක්‍රියාකාරී වුණත් ආර්ථිකමය වශයෙන් යම් ආකාරයක ශක්තිමත් ආර්ථික පදනමකට හිමිකම් කීවත් සමහර අවිධිමත් ආර්ථික ශාස්ත්‍රයේ රැකියාවන්හි නිරත වෙන පුද්ගලයන් වෙන්න පුළුවන්, කාන්තාවන් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ අයක දිගුකාලීන වශයෙන් සමාජීය දුකීභාවයකට පත් වෙලා තිනවා. එතකොට ඒ සම්බන්ධයෙන් පදනමක් හදාගෙන තමයි මේ පර්යේෂණය ඉදිරියට ක්‍රියාත්මක කරන්න ක්‍රියාත්මක කරේ. අපි ඉස්සලාම් බලමු මොකද්ද මේ අවිධිමත් ආර්ථිකය කියලා කියන්නේ. එතකොට මේ නිර්වචනය තුළ පැහැදිලි වෙන කරුණු මම එකින් එක කියන්න. එකක් තමයි මේ අසංවිධානාත්මක ආර්ථිකය. ඒ වගේම මේ රාජ්‍ය පාලනයෙන් තොරව ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන ආර්ථික රටාව. ඒත් එක්කම මේ ආදායම් බදු ගණනය කිරීම, විගණන කටයුතු, ඒ වගේ දේවල් වලට ඍජුව හසු නොවන ඒ ආකාරයෙන්ම මේ දලජේසීය නිෂ්පාදනය වගේ අපි කරන ආර්ථික විද්‍යාත්මක ගණනය කිරීම වලට ඍජුව හසු නොවන සැඟවිච්ච පැත්තක් මේ තුල දකින්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේම ඒ සැඟවිච්ච පැත්ත තුල අපිට සමාජ විද්‍යාත්මකව දකින්න පුළුවන් ගොඩක් කරුණු මේදී අනාවරණය කරගන්න හැකියාව ලැබුණා. විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ අවිධිමත් ආර්ථිකය තුල ක්‍රියාකාරී වෙන කාන්තාව. එතකොට ඒ කාන්තාවන්ගේ පවුල්වල තත්ත්වය ගැන කතා කරාම සමහර වෙලාවට මේ පරම්පරාවෙන් පරම්පරාවට උරුම කරගෙන ආපු රැකියාවක තමයි නිරත වෙන්නේ. එක්කෝ පේමන්ට් එකේ බඩු විකුණනවා, එහෙම නැත්නම් කොහේ හරි මේ කාර්ය සේවයකට යනවා, එහෙම නැත්නම් කුලී වැඩකට යනවා. ඒ වගේ අංශවල තමයි රැකියාවල නිරත වෙන්නේ. එතකොට පවුල්වල තත්ත්වය, දරුවන්ගේ රැකවරණ, ඒ වගේ දේවල් සම්බන්ධයෙන් යම්කිසි ආකාරයක සමාජ විද්‍යාත්මකව හැදෑරිය යුතු පැතිකඩක් මේ තුල අපිට දකින්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි ආදායම් ආර්ථිකමය පැත්තෙන් ගත්තොත් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි දන්නවා දිනකට කුලී වැඩ කරන පිරිසකට හෝ අධික වේදිකාවේ වෙළඳාම් කරන කාන්තාවකට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් රුපියල් 1500ක ආදායමක් ලැබුණොත් රුපියල් 45000ක් දවස් 30 වැඩ කරොත් හම්බ වෙනවා. හැබැයි මේ මුදල මෙයාලා පරිහරණය කරන්නේ කොහොමද? එතකොට ඇත්තටම මේ අය දුගීද? එහෙම නැත්නම් මේක දිගුකාලීන වශයෙන් දුගීභාවයෙන් මිදීමට මෙයාලට තියෙන බාධක මොනවද? එතකොට එන්නේ එතනදී අපි හොයා බලන්න ඕනේ කරුණු රාශියක් අපිට දකින්න පුළුවන්. ඒ නිසා මේ පවුල් දැන් ආර්ථිකමය වශයෙන් මාසයකට රුපියල් 45000ක ආදායමක් කියන්නේ සැලකිය යුතු ප්‍රමාණයක්. හැබැයි මෙයාලා දුගීකාලීන වශයෙන් දුගීභාවය සහ සමාජයත් එක්ක සම්බන්ධ වෙනකොට සමාජය තුළින් ඇතැම් වෙලාවකට ඔය අපහරණය වෙච්ච, සමාජය තුළ පිළිගැනීමකට භාජනය නොවන පිරිසක්. මේ ආශ්‍රිත පර්යේෂණ සාහිත්‍ය විමසා බලද්දී මම ඉක්මනින් කියාගෙන යනවා. මෙතන මේ පේරු රාජ්‍ය කරපු පර්යේෂණයක් තියෙනවා අවිධිමත් ආර්ථිකය සම්බන්ධයෙන්. අපි දන්නවා පේරු රාජ්‍ය තුල මේ ව්‍යාපාරයක් ලියාපදිංචි කිරීමේදී යම් යම් දුෂ්කරතා තියෙනවා. ඒ ගැටලු නිසා පේරු රාජ්‍ය ආර්ථිකය තුල වැඩිපුර පිරිසක් ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේ අවිධිමත් ආර්ථික අංශය තුල. ඒ වගේම ලංකාවේ මාර්ග ආයතනයේ විසින් කරපු පර්යේෂණයක් තියෙනවා විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ අවිධිමත් ආර්ථිකය තුළ තියෙන ඉල්ලුමට සරිලන සැපයීමක්, ඉල්ලුමට සරිලන භාණ්ඩ ලබා දීමක්, භාණ්ඩ හා සේවා ලබා දීමක් කියලා තමයි මෙතනදී සඳහන් කරන්නේ. ඒ වගේම ජාත්‍යන්තර කම්කරු සංවිධානයේ විසින් රටවල් 44ක් කේන්ද්‍ර කරගෙන කරපු පර්යේෂණය තුළ සඳහන් වෙන විශේෂයෙන්ම බ්‍රසීලය, ඉන්දියාව, පාකිස්තානය වගේ රටවල් වලින් රටවල් ආර්ථිකයෙන් 4/3ක්ම අවිධිමත් ආර්ථිකාංශය තුළ ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන දේවල් කියලා. ඒ වගේම මහාචාර්ය එස්.ටී. හෙට්ටිගේ විසින් ලංකාව කේන්ද්‍ර කරගෙන කරපු පර්යේෂණයක සඳහන් වෙනවා මෙන්න මේ ආර්ථිකය සහ මේ අවිධිමත් ආර්ථිකය සහ දේශපාලනය අතර තියෙන සම්බන්ධය. අපි දන්නවා අවිධිමත් ආර්ථිකය කිව්ව ගම මෙතනදී යම් ආකාරයක වර්තමාන ලංකාවේ දේශපාලන සංස්ථාව තුළ මේ දේශපාලනික පැතිකඩක් අපිට හඳුනා ගන්න පුළුවන්. මේ අවිධිමත් ආර්ථිකයන් අපි දන්නවා දැන් පහුගිය කාලේ ඔය පදික වේදිකාවේ අනවසර වෙලෙන්දෝ ඒ වගේ අය ඉදිරිපත් කරද්දි ඉවත් කරනකොට නොයෙකුත් දේශපාලන බාධා කිරීම තිබ්බා. එතකොට ඒ නිසා මේක ඍජුව දේශපාලනයත් එක්ක සම්බන්ධ වෙන දේශපාලනඥයන් විසින් හසුරවන පැතිකඩක් විදියට සඳහන් කරන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට මෙන්න මේ කියන සාහිත්‍යමය මූලාශ්‍රයන් ගවේෂණය කරගෙන යනකොට මේ පර්යේෂණය තුළ අපි බැලුවොත් විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ තමන්ගේ දෛනික පදනම තුළ ප්‍රමාණවත් වැටුපකට හිමිකම් කිව්වත් මෙයාලා දිගු කාලීන වශයෙන් දුගී. අන්න එතනයි තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ. එහෙනම් ඇයි මේ විදිහට ආදායම් මට්ටම තිබ්බත් ඇයි මේ විදිහට දුගී වෙලා ඉන්නේ? ඒකයි තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ. එතකොට විශේෂයෙන්ම බැලුවොත් මේ ප්‍රධාන අරමුණ විදිහට මොකද්ද මේ දුගීභාවයේ ස්වභාවය? ඒ වගේම ඒ ආයතනික සහයෝගය, ඒ වගේම දුගී බව සහ කියන්නේ ආර්ථිකමය දුගී භාවය සහ සමාජීය දුගී භාවය අතර අන්තර් සම්බන්ධතාවය, ඒ වගේම දුගීකාලීන වශයෙන් පවතින මේ සමාජීය දුගී භාවය මුදවා ගන්න අපිට මොනවද කරන්න පුළුවන් විසඳුම් කියන ඉදිරිපත් කිරීම තමයි මේ පර්යේෂණයේ අරමුණ උනේ. වැදගත්කම ගැන කතා කරොත් විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ ලංකාවේ ආර්ථිකය තුල මේ කාන්තා අවිධිමත් ආර්ථික ක්‍රියාකාරී කාන්තා කියන්නේ අතිශය වැදගත් පිරිසක්. ඒ නිසා මේ පිරිස පිළිබඳ ප්‍රායෝගික අවධානයක් යොමු කිරීම වැදගත් වෙනවා. රයිට්. මේ වැදගත්කමත් එක්කම අධ්‍යයන ක්‍රමවේදයට ගියොත් මහනුවර මහනගර සභා බල ප්‍රදේශය තුල අරමුණු පදනම් කරගත් නියැදීම යටතේ කාන්තාවන් 40 දෙනෙක්ගෙන් ප්‍රමාණාත්මක සහ ගුණාත්මක දත්ත රැස් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම මහනුවර මහනගර සභාව විසින් පවත්වාගෙන යන වාර්තා, ඒ වගේම ශේෂ්ත්‍රයට අදාළව නිකුත් කරන වෙනත් වාර්තා, වෙනත් ආයතන මගින් නිකුත් කරන වාර්තා යොදාගෙන තියෙනවා. එතකොට ගුණාත්මක සහ ප්‍රමාණාත්මක ක්‍රමවේද පාවිච්චි කරලා විශ්ලේෂණය කිරීම කරලා තියෙනවා. සොයා ගැනීම පිළිබඳ කතා කරොත් විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ අවිධිමත් ආර්ථිකය හැම වෙලේම తాවකාලික. දැන් මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා උදාහරණයක් විදිහට කිව්වා දැන් 1500ක ආදායමක් තියෙනවා. හැබැයි ඕක වෙනස් වෙනවා අපි අර කියන්නේ සීසන් එකෙන් සීසන් එකට කියලා. සමහර වෙලාවට අවුරුදු කාලේ හොඳටම ආදායම තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි ඒක වෙනත් කාලවල වලදී නැති වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ නිසා මේ අවිධිමත් ආර්ථිකය තුළ ජීවත් වෙන සියලු දෙනා එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ රැකියාවන්හි නිරත කාන්තාවෝ මේ తాවකාලික පදනම තමයි මේ ආදායම් තත්ත්වය පවත්වාගෙන යන්නේ. එතකොට එහෙනම් එතනදී ආර්ථිකමය වශයෙන් අපි අර කරන ගණනය කිරීම වලට අමතරව තව පොඩි සැලකා බැලිය යුතු පසුබිමක් තියෙනවා. ඊළඟට ස්ථාවර ආදායම් මට්ටම. එතනින් සම්බන්ධ වෙනවා ස්ථාවර ආදායම් මට්ටමක් නොමැති වීම කියන එක. හරි විශේෂයෙන්ම දැන් අපි 45000 ගණන් හදලා බැලුවම හැමදාම ඔය කියන විදිහට එනවා සීසන් එකෙන් සීසන් එකට සතියෙන් සතියට සමහරලාට වර්ෂාව වෙන්න පුළුවන්. සමහරලාට අධික වෙනත් දේශගුණික කාලගුණික හේතු වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ওই தත්ත්වය වෙනස් වෙනවා. විශේෂයෙන්ම වැදගත් දේ තමයි අර මං කිව්ව 45000 ආදායම හම්බුණත් මෙයාලට මේ වියදම් කළමනාකරණය කර ගැනීම ගැන නිසි අවබෝධයක් නැහැ. 1500ක් හම්බුණොත් ඒකෙන් 1600ම වියදම් කරලා තව 100ක් ගෙදර කාගෙන් හරි ඉල්ලන්ගෙන තත්ත්වයට තමයි පත් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට සමහර වෙලාවට බොහෝ වෙලාවට මේගොල්ලන් අතර අර ශුද්ධ මූල්‍ය ණය ක්‍රම ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙනවා. දවසේ ලෝන්, සති ලෝන්. එතකොට ගන්න මුදල එහෙම් පිටින්ම ඒවට වැය කරන දැන් ඒවා සම්බන්ධ විශේෂයෙන් මේ ද්‍රව්‍යවාදී මේ මිනිස්සු. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් ගෙදරට ගිහිල්ලා බැලුවම විශාල පරිමාණයේ රූපවාහිනී යන්ත්‍ර ඒ දේවල් තියෙනවා. හැබැයි ඔක්කොම ඉන්නේ සීමිත බිම් කඩක කිසිම සනීප ආරක්ෂාව සම්බන්ධයෙන්වත් දරුවන්ගේ අධ්‍යාපනය සම්බන්ධයෙන්වත් සොයා බැලීමක් මේ අය තුල සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ නිසා අනිත් අතට මේගොල්ලන් මේ බල රහිත කණ්ඩායමක්. දැන් සමහරලාට උදේට ඇවිල්ලා සල්ලි පොලියට අරගෙන තමයි බඩු ගන්න. ඒකල වියදම් කරලා ඒකෙන් 4න් 3ක්ම පොලිය ගෙවලා යනවා. ඊට පස්සේ වෙන්නේ මොකද? තමන් සූරා කරනවා කියන එක තමන්ටම තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ බල රහිත බව නිසා පහුදාට ආයේ පොලියට ගන්න බැරි වෙයි කියන නිසා ඒකට එරෙහි වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ නිසා මෙතනින් අතරමැදි මේ අවිධිමත් ආර්ථික තුල අර අපි කියන ගණනය කිරීම නොමැති නිසා මේ විගණන කටයුතු ගිනුම් පවත්වාගෙන යාම ඒ වගේ දේවල් නැති නිසා මෙන්න මේ වගේ ගැටලු සහගත බවක් මේ කාන්තාවන්ගේ දිගු කාලීන වශයෙන් දුගී බව තුල අපිට දකින්න පුළුවන්. අනිත් එක හැම වෙලේම හිතන මේක මේ පරම්පරාවෙන් උරුම වෙච්ච දෙයක්. අම්මා ගල් කඩන්න ගියා නම් අද පේමන්ට් එකේ වැඩ කරා නම් හරි හෙට අපිත් ඒ දේ කරේද මේ පරම්පරාවෙන් උරුම වුණා කියන ආකල්පයක් බොහෝ කාන්තාවන් තුල තියෙනවා. අම්මා ගෙදරක උයන්න ගියා නම් ඒ ගෙදරම ඒ දරුවත් උයන්න යන තත්ත්වයක් තියෙනවා මේ අපි අධ්‍යයනය කරපු සන්දර්භය තුලදී. ඒත් එක්කම මෙන්න මේ රැකියාවේ අභියෝග ගැන කතා කරොත් විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ ඔය කිව්ව කාලගුණික දේශගුණික විපර්යාස ඒ වගේ දේවල් නිසා අර දෛනික පදනමක් මේ తాවකාලික පදනම කියන කතාව මෙතනදි මතුවෙනවා. විශේෂයෙන්ම ගැටලු සහ අභියෝග වලට මුහුණ දෙන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා. එතකොට විශාල පවුල් සහ ද්‍රව්‍යවාදී පරිභෝජන රටාව. අනිත් විශාල පවුල් කියන එක තුල කතා කරොත් තමන්ගේ දරුවෝන්ගේ දරුවෝ සියලු දෙනා එක ගෘහයකයක් තුල ඉන්නවා. එතකොට වියදම් බෙදා හදා ගැනීම කළමනාකරණය කර ගැනීම සම්බන්ධයෙන් යම් ආකාරයක ගැටලුවක් තියෙනවා. අනිත් එක තමයි මේ අඩු වයසින් විවාහ වීම. බොහෝමයක් පිරිස් ඒ තමන්ගේ ප්‍රජාවෙම ඉන්න අය සමග තමයි විවාහ වෙන්නේ. ඒතර බොහෝ විට අවුරුදු 16 17 වෙනකොට විවාහ වෙලා පවුලක් වෙනවා. එතකොට ඒ தත්ත්වය තුල මේ කියන මේ භෞතික දියුණුව විතරක් ඒ කියන්නේ ද්‍රව්‍යවාදී බව අපේක්ෂා කරාට එතනින් එහාට ගිය දිගු කාලීන සැලසුමක් මේ තුල දක්නට ලැබෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒත් එක්කම තමයි අනාගතයේ සැලසුමක් නොමැති නිසා තමන්ගේ දරුවන් උනත් නිසි මගකට යොමු කරලා ඒ අධ්‍යාපනය අතින් දියුණු කරලා ඒ தත්ත්වය ගැන මෙයාලට අවබෝධයක් නැහැ. සමහරලාට ඉස්කෝලේකට ළමෙක් දාගන්න විදිය ගැනවත් අවබෝධයක් නැහැ. කොහොමද ලකුණු ලැබෙන්නේ? ඒ පදිංචි සාතික හදාගන්නේ කොහොමද? ඒ වගේ දේවල් ගැන නිසි අවබෝධයක් දකින්න නැහැ. අනිත් එක තමයි මේ තමන්ගේ හැකියාවන් හැම කියන දේවල් හැම මිනිස්සෙකුටම තියෙනවා. ඒතකොට මේ හැකියාවන් තියෙනවා කියන එක තමන් දන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ තමන්ගේ වැදගත්කම තමන්ට අවබෝධයක් නැහැ. ඒත් එක්කම මේ හැකියාවන් ප්‍රවර්ධනය කර ගැනීමට දක්වන මැලිකමකුත් අපිට දකින්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට මේ නිර්දේශ ගැන කතා කරන්නම් විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ తాවකාලික පදනමක තියෙන රැකියාවන් අපිට පුළුවන් නම් ස්ථාවර පදනමකට ගෙනල්ලා එයාලට හැබෑවට රැකියාවේ වියදම් කළමනාකරණය ආදායම් උත්පාදනය කිරීමේ නිසි වැඩපිළිවෙලක් ව්‍යවසායකත්ව මට්ටමින් ලබා දෙන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒක අතිශය වැදගත් කාරණයක්. දිගු කාලීන වශයෙන් එයාලා මුදල් ආයෝජනයට හුරු කරලා ඒ වගේ පැතිකඩකට යන්න පුළුවන්. අනිත් එක තමයි මේ පාරම්පරික උරුමය කියන එක. පාරම්පරික උරුමය මත හිත දරාගෙන ඉන්න ආකල්ප පස්සෙක දාලා තමන්ගේ උත්සාහයෙන් හැකියාවන් වර්ධනය කරගෙන තමුණුත් වටින පුද්ගලයෙක් කියන தත්ත්වය තුල ඉදිරියට යන්න අවස්ථාව ලබා දෙන්න ඕනේ. විශේෂයෙන්ම අර පොලිකාරයන්ට රැවටෙන එකට විකල්පයක් විදිහට නිසි කළමනාකරණයක් යටතේ මේ මූල්‍ය ප්‍රාග්ධනයේ සැපයීමත් අපිට කරන්න පුළුවන් දෙයක්. ඒත් එක්කම තමයි මේ විශාල පවුල් නිර්මාණය වීම වැළැක්වීම සහ පවුල විකේන්ද්‍රණය කිරීම සම්බන්ධයෙන් ඒගොල්ලන් යම්කිසි ආකාරයක දැනුවත් භාවයක් ලබා දෙන්න ඕන. අවසාන නිර්දේශ කීපයට ගියොත් විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ ආයතනික සහයෝගය සහ හැකියාවන් ප්‍රවර්ධනය කිරීම වැදගත් වෙනවා. ඒ සඳහා වැදගත් සටහන් නිර්මාණය කිරීමත් මේ මිනිසුන්ටත් සමාජ පිළිගැනීම ගරුත්වය කියන දේ ලබා දීම අතිශය වැදගත් වෙනවා.
Okay. Thank you very much, Saminder. We'll open for the discussion. Mike, can you give the mic? Yeah.
Thank you, Suminder. කාන්තාවන් ගැන අවධානය යොමු කරලා මම හිතන්නේ මොකද ඉන්ෆෝමල් සෙක්ටර් එකේ ඒ රැකියා නියුක්තභාවය ගැනවා කතා කරන්නේ. ඇත්තටම මම හිතන්නේ ඒකේ ස්ත්‍රී පුරුෂ සමාජභාවයට අදාළත්වයක් තියෙන නිසා මම ඇත්තටම කැමතියි ස්ටඩි එකේ තව ටිකක් ඒක හයිලයිට් වුණා නම් ඊළඟට මට අහන්න ඕන ප්‍රශ්නේ තමයි අර සූරා කෑමට ලක් වෙනවා කියන එකේදී ඔයා දැක්කද මොකක් හරි ස්ත්‍රී පුරුෂ සමාජභාවයට අදාළ හේතු සාධක තියනවා කියලා මේ සූරා කෑමට ලක් වීමට?
මෙතන මේ ස්ත්‍රී පුරුෂ සමාජභාවයේ දෘෂ්ටි කෝණයෙන් නෙමෙයි කාන්තාවන් ඉලක්ක කරගෙන කරන ලද පරිශ්‍රණයක්. විශේෂයෙන්ම දැන් සූරා කෑම තුළ මම අදහස් කරේ දැන් අර මූල්‍ය ප්‍රාග්ධනයක් නොමැති වීම නිසා එයාලා දැන් අර පොලිකාරයන්ගෙන් සල්ලි ගන්න යනවා. එතකොට මේ මිනිසුන්ට බලෙත් නැහැ. ඒ මිනිසුන්ට දෙවෙලාවට පොලිය ගෙව්වේ නැත්තම් අවුදාට සල්ලිත් නැහැ. තර්ක කරන්න ගියොත් එයාලා දවස් 30 අවුවේ කෑ ගහලා වෙන්න පුළුවන්, වැස්සේ තෙමිලා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. බොහොම මහන්සි වෙලා උපයන ධනය මේ ආපස්සට මේ පොලිකාරයෝගේ මත තමයි යන්නේ. ඒ නිසා ඒ බලරහිතභාවය නිසා ඒගොල්ලන් සූරා කැමරට ලක් වෙනවා කියන එක එයාලට අවබෝධයක් නැහැ.
සරත් මම දැක්කා ඔබගේ මේ අවසාන යෝජනාවල තිබුණා මේ ඒගොල්ලෝට කිසියම් ෆෝමල් දැනුමක් දෙන්න ඕනේ මේ වගේ අදහසක්. මගේ පෞද්ගලික යෝජනාව තමයි මේක හරියට නිකන් අර ගැමි සමාජ නාගරික සමාජ කරන දරන උත්සාහයක් වගේ එකක් කියලා. දැන් මම මේ ෆීල්ඩ් එක සම්බන්ධ ඉන්ට්‍රෙස්ටිං මේ නිසා සමහර ස්ටඩීස් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඇත්තටම මම යූස් කරා ඇත්තටම මේක මේ ඉන්ෆෝමල් සෙක්ටර් එක ඇත්තටම මේක චූල සම්ප්‍රදායිකයි. මේක හැමදාම තිබුණා. අපි try කරත් ආපහු අපිට අරගන්න බෑ. ඒකේ තියෙනවා අර ගති ලක්ෂණ මෙහෙම විදිහටම තියෙනවා. උදාහරණයක් අතට ගත්තොත් එහෙම අපි කියන මේ ෆෝමල් අපි මේ බැංකු කියන ඒවා, රක්ෂණ ආයතන කියන ඒවා මේ සමස්තයම මේ ඉන්ෆෝමල් සෙක්ටර් එකේ ඒ ආකාරයෙන්ම තියෙනවා. උදාහරණයක් අතට ගත්තොත් එහෙම C2 සිස්ටම් එකේ දැන් මේගොල්ලෝ අර බැංකු වලින් ගහන අර ෆෝමල් අර ලිඛිත ඇග්‍රීමන්ට් කියන දේවල් මේගොල්ලන්ගේ තියෙන ඉන්ෆෝමලි තියෙන ට්‍රස්ට්, සෝෂියල් ට්‍රස්ට්. ඒ කියන්නේ කණ්ඩායමේ කවුරු හරි මේක නොගෙවා හිටියොත් එහෙම එයාගේ අර සමාජිකත්වය ඔටෝමැටිකලි අයින් වෙනවා. ඒකට දඬුවම් තියෙන්නේ අර විදිහට නිකන් සමාජයෙන්ම දඬුවම්. එයා අපේ කෙනෙක් නෙවෙයි, එයා වැඩි වැරද්දුවා කියලා ආකල්පය. ඒක ලොකු හරි බලවත්. ඒ නිසා මම මෙතන සජෙස්ට් කරන්නේ මේක මේ අපිට එක අතකට පුළුවන්කමක් නැහැ මේ අය ෆෝමල් කරන්න. මේක මේ විදිහටම තියෙනවා. මේකයි මම කියන්නේ මේ ෆෝමල් සෙක්ටර් එක ග්‍රේට් ට්‍රැඩිෂන් සහ ඉන්ෆෝමල් සෙක්ටර් එක ලිටල් ට්‍රැඩිෂන්. අපි ටියුටර් සර් තමයි අපිට මේ සංකල්පය කියන්නේ. මම මේ සංකල්පය මේ විදිහටම මේ වෙළඳ පොළට බද්ධ කරා. සමහරට මගේ අපේ රීඩින්ග්ස් පොඩක් බැලුවොත් පොඩක් තියෙනවා අපි කතා කරලා දිනවද කියන්නේ.
මෙතන මේ ෆෝමල් ඉන්ෆෝමල් සෙක්ටර් එක ෆෝමල් කිරීම සම්බන්ධයෙන් ප්‍රශ්නකුත් නෙමෙයි තියෙන්නේ. දිගු කාලීන වශයෙන් මේ ආර්ථිකමය වශයෙන් තියෙන හැකියාව සමාජීය වශයෙන්ුත් ඒ මිනිසුන්ට සුරක්ෂිත කරලා එහෙම නැතුව මහා සම්ප්‍රදායට ගේන්නවත් මේ සෙක්ටර් එක විධිමත් කරන්නත් නෙමෙයි. මේ ඉන්න සංස්ථාව තුළ විධිමත් අනාගත සැලසුම් සහිතව මේ මිනිසුන්ට යහපත් ජීවන රටාවක් සමාජ පිළිගැනීමක් ලබා දෙන්න කියන එක තමයි අදහස.
මට ඊටම සරල විදිහේ ප්‍රශ්න දෙකක් තියෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ බොහොම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා සමින්දට මේ වගේ පරිශ්‍රණයකට සම්බන්ධයෙන් ලංකාවේ ශ්‍රම බලකාය පිළිබඳ කරන සාමාන්‍ය මැක්‍රෝ ලෙවල් සාර්ව මට්ටමේ දත්ත වලින් කියන කතාවක් තමයි ලංකාවේ ෆිමේල් ලේබර් ෆෝර්ස් පාර්ටිසිපේෂන්. ඒ කියන්නේ කාන්තා ශ්‍රමදායකත්වය ප්‍රමාණවත් නැහැ, එන්නේ අඩු වෙනවා කියන එක. ඉතින් ඒක මොන විදිහටද දකින්නේ? ඒකත්කින් මේ කතා කරලා තියෙන විධිමත් ආර්ථිකය සම්බන්ධ. ඉතින් මට තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නය ඔබ අවිධිමත් ආර්ථිකයේ කාන්තාවන් සහභාගීත්වය කියලා ගත්තන් පස්සේ ගැටලුවක් මතුවෙනවා. මේ කාන්තා ක්‍රියාකාරීත්වය සේවා අංශය තුල තමයි වැඩිපුර දකින්න ඔබගේ කතාව තුල. ඉතින් භාණ්ඩ නිෂ්පාදන අංශයේ සේවා දායකත්ව වැඩි කරන්න තියෙන ගැටලු මොනවද මේ කාන්තා අංශය තුල? දෙවෙනි ප්‍රශ්නේ මගේ පොදුවේ ලංකාවේ ගත්තොත් එහෙම කුඩා ව්‍යවසායකත්ව සංවර්ධනයේදී ග්‍රාමීය කාන්තා සහභාගීත්වය සාර්ථක වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම වඩා හොඳ ප්‍රතිඵල ලබා දෙලා තියෙනවා. ඇයි අපි ඊට අවිධිමත් අංශය තුල මේ නාගරික කාන්තාවන් තුළ මේ භාණ්ඩ සහ කුඩා ව්‍යවසායකත්ව සංවර්ධනය අසාර්ථක වෙලා තියෙන එකෙන් ප්‍රශ්න.
ගැටලුව තමයි
සමින්ද කෙටි පිළිතුරක් දෙන්න.
ගැටලුව තමයි සම්බන්ධ කර ගැනීමට තියෙන ගැටලුව විදිහට මම දකින්නේ අර මං කිව්වේ මේගොල්ලන්ට අනාගත දිශා නීතියක් නැහැ. මෙයාලා එදා වේල හම්බ කරගෙන කාලා ඒ ටික වියදම් කරලා ද්‍රව්‍යවාදී රටාවට හුරු වෙලා ඉන්නේ. අර අනාගත දිශා නීතියක් නැතිවීම තමයි තියෙන ප්‍රධානම ගැටලුව. ඒ වගේම ග්‍රාමීය කාන්තාව සම්බන්ධ කුඩා පරිමාණ ව්‍යවසායකත්වය තුළින් කියන විදිහට ඉදිරියට ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නවා නම් අපිට පුළුවන් ඇයි අපි අතහැරලා දාලා ඉන්නේ මේගොල්ලන්ව. ඒකට මේනම් භාණ්ඩ නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලියට දැන් ශුද්ධ මූල්‍ය ආයතනයෙන් ගිහලා ණය දෙනීමම නෙමෙයි කියන්නේ. ඒකට එහෙනම් භාණ්ඩ නිෂ්පාදන ක්‍රියාවලියට මේ පිරිසව දායක කරගන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙනම් ඒ විදිහ ඒ සඳහා ක්‍රමවේද සැකසීමයි වැදගත් වෙන්නේ.
Thank you, Saminda. Let us give a round of applause. We have come to the end of this particular session. I don't want to spend too much time trying to summarize, but I think in these 4 very interesting presentations, we have approached, several important problems. First, solid waste management. Secondly, corruption. And thirdly, we looked at peace building efforts. And finally, poverty and poverty reduction. Now, all these are problems which can be handled by different people. Maybe we know solid waste management is largely an engineering kind of problem, and corruption can be understood in terms of legal terms or in terms of, management. So basically, our challenge as sociologists is to not only approach these problems from a multidisciplinary angle, but also how to bring in a distinctly sociological, approach towards understanding these problems. I think probably we have to work a little bit more on that, and we also feel that 10 minutes is not a sufficient time to deal with these complex issues, and this is a problem that we always face in this kind of conferences. But I do hope these issues will be further explored, further analyzed, we try to basically refine the way we approach these problems. So with these general comments, now I hand over the mic to Dr. Abhay Ratnayake.
While thanking chairpersons for chairing the four sessions, so now we have come to the end of staff presentation. We have one more item, which is the award of certificates. I would like to invite Professor Kalinga Tiuda Silva to award the certificate to our trilingual presenter, Mr. Nandana Vijay. Now I would like to invite Professor Karnatisa Atukarolata to present the certificate to Dr. Mallika Pinavala. So now I will invite Professor Sisira Kumara Pinavala to award the certificate to Dr. Dhammika Herath. Now I will invite Mr. Santha Vaninayaka to present the certificate to Mr. Saminda Jnanaratna. While thanking you for all comments and participations and discussions about their presentations, as we have planned in the program, if you check the original program, we were supposed to have lunch, but I heard that lunch is a bit delayed, so therefore we have rescheduled the program. Now we are going to have the role play, so it will take 30 minutes. Yeah. Now I will invite Kaushalya to explain the role play.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Yes, now you can enjoy a role play presented by the students, Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya, which depicts the origin and evolution of Sri Lanka society from pre-Vijayan, pre-colonial, colonial, independent, and to post-war periods, and its significant achievements and drawbacks over the 2,500 years of its existence. In the final part of the play, it further highlights how its people come from all parts of the country to live in peace and harmony with all its ethnic groups.
Sulza zanke pale mua perum piru palinda Bila semuni dua irasena Wada sita kele sumbinda Ala teragena mi kate dosun ki anu hasun palinda Sirasana le pamini dose Pralanuni palinda Hey soldiers, attention, attention. Sinhala Munia Hatara Watata Pata attack Koranawa. Duapalla, Duapalla.
යුද්ධෙටත් ඇවිත් සිදු පිට නැවු නැගීලා අරංගි නමුත් ඇවිත් කොළඹට ගොඩ බැහැලා අන්තමත් සොඳයි කිසි බීසි ගාලා කොළඹදි කම්පලත් නැතත් සෙනගක් මරදාලා
Thank you for all who participated in the role play. Actually, that was a blend of cultural beauty and talent of youth of the Department of Sociology, University of Peradeniya. Thanks again. Our next event is the poster presentation session and exhibition of academic staff publications. We cordially invite Professor Ranjani Obesekara to open the poster presentation session. For these events, you all are kindly requested to move into the Department of Sociology building just opposite to the main hall. Also, you all are kindly informed that these events will be followed by lunch break for 30 minutes. Please note that lunch for special guests has been arranged in the seminar room 1, Department of Sociology, and a lunch for alumni in the lobby in front of the IT lab, Department of Sociology. And students, Department of Sociology can have their lunch in the lobby backside the main hall. And you all are kindly requested to be back in your seats sharp at 2:30 p.m. to take part in the presentation session 2.